Howdy gang. Go back to Pentiment. I I immediately need to drink water. My throat is not clear.
Excellent.
Okay. We just did the ancient history part of the mural. Looks like there's 4 parts, but I imagine the recent stuff, like, we were alive for it. We probably don't have to do that much investigating. But figuring out the ancient stuff, that was a lot of work, and we decided on going what was on the plate, which was like human sacrifice. I think that it'll make Christianity look better, personally, but maybe painting human sacrifice on the wall won't sit well with the rest of the Christian community. Maybe I should have gone with something more ambiguous, like just showing them farming with primitive tools or something, but I don't know. I went with the truth. I put work into finding that damn pot, and I'm gonna use it. God damn it. So yeah, that's what we decided on. I don't know if I'm able to change it later. Like, we did just read the book. We couldn't make much of it, but if we got someone to translate more, maybe we can get better history. If I recall correctly, I said it was a dead end anyways, but like, I don't know that. Hey, it's only a dead end because we already had to make a decision before we were ever able to read it. And multiple days, holy cannoli. Still November though, our deadline's Christmas. There's Strucker, a few more letters for you. Here to come from Matthew. He's gonna tell us about the Abbey's history. The cow. I see why I gotta go from ancient to God here, like, immediately. Like, I feel like the Roman period and the pagan period are both important parts of this mural. But, you know, whatever, they're not Christians, so it's all the same. First letters from Reverend Matthew. Nurse Druckern. I was not acquainted with your family during my years at Kirisu. Come on. This guy's boyfriend with him still. It's funny. He's got purple socks. Even so, I remember your father was one of the townsfolk who prevented the peasantry from burning us alive. I am not overly inclined to assist the people of Tasting in their endeavors to catalog the origins of the Abbey they destroyed. However, it was a long time ago. In the interest of posterity and Christian charity, I will tell you what I recall. Sometime after the Romans left, Christians settled in a region and built Kirisu Abbey on the ruins of a fortress. The abbey was founded by a noble woman of the Kirisu family. She was both its patron and its first abbess. Perhaps 2 centuries ago, Kirisu changed from being run by an abbot. I do not know the reason, but many other double monasteries did likewise around the same time. It may have been done out of fear of being shut down, as double monasteries were frowned upon by the Pope. Sadly, that is the extent of my knowledge. Your neighbors put any of their other records about the Abbey to the torch. Sic Artis Historia Curicis. Thus burned the history of Kirisu. While we cannot change the past, I have heard that Sisters of the Poor Clares have formed a new chapter at the Abbey. I can only hope that their love of apostolic poverty has not driven them to impoverish the shrine of St. Maurice. Assuming they have not consigned the contents of Kirsu's former occupants to a bonfire, you may find something there. It's hard to be overjoyed at the news of your neighbor's late regrets. Many of the injuries inflicted 18 years ago will never heal. Regret cannot undo what has been done, but we can all find redemption through Christ. We must pray for love and reconciliation in the days ahead. In the end, that is all that matters. Winter comes swiftly. I can't read that word. Huge knots. Huge nuts. A group of French Kabbalists known as their vocal and sometimes violent opposition to the Catholic Church and Lutherans, Lutherans, plague my homeland. Thank the Lord you still live in a land ruled by a true church. I hope this has been of some help to you and yours. May God keep and protect you. The most revered Matthew, fancy guy, sex, Archdeacon of Sion. Reply from Esther. Magdalene. I'm terribly sorry to hear about your father. My parents send their deepest condolences. If we can provide you anything from Prague, you need only send word. I know we are further away than is easy to travel, but I will see that we can do what Hashem allows. Father says he remembers no one who would want to harm your father. Yet the night I was born, he remembers great strife in town. Perhaps there was old blood over depicting the night of the revolt. That's all he could suggest. We pray for you and your father every day in our offerings. Hashem will make things right in time. He will exact justice on the culprit. I am encouraged to hear that the town council I'll let you continue the mural at all. The guilds here would protect your right to complete the job, especially once a contract has been reached. You give the men of council too much grace. Why should you be forced to settle for their old ways of thinking? You live in a new age. An age where art and science have come together. An age where all may read the works of the great sages in their own language. Truly, when your father recovers, I urge you to come visit me at Prague. I'm glad you found some joy in your work on the mural. We are all well here. Elijah has been carving a new set of wood cuttings, and Father has agreed to new contract with the university. I found Simon, his family didn't move far away after all. He's planning on working as a doctor in the city once the expulsion order ends. His parents have been meeting with Mother and Father quite often now. So I hope that I will be sending good news in my next letter. With Ash himself. Wait, you're not married in like a couple weeks. Please inform us of your father's condition in your next letter. Be well, Esther. The letters I have for now. I should head home and check on Dad. Warner was supposed to come check on Dad today. I wonder where he is. Maybe I should try and find him later. Good morning, Magdalene. Morning, Di. Feeling any better? Your fever broke at dawn this morning. A little stronger, all things in time. You want anything to eat before I leave for the day? I'm working on the next section of the mural today. I'm not so hungry right now. I'll be alright. Your letter from the Archdeacon. Yes, that's right. What'd you learn from him? Yeah, much to say, he's still upset about the Abbey's destruction. He did say the Abbey was founded by a noble woman after the Romans left. Everything else burned in the fire. Unfortunate. I know the brothers kept careful records of the monastery. So much lost in one night. The Archdeacon did suggest the poor Clares might have held on to some of the records from the Covenant. Order of Contemplative Nuns found in St. Clair in France. FCC, the name suggests the poor Clares are devoted to extreme poverty. They subsist purely on donation alone. You'll be able to learn more about Tasting's Christian history there. Excellent place to start, Magdalene. Sister Gertrude doesn't come out of the Covenant much, but I think it's worth asking her. Maybe Father Thomas knows something too. I should talk to him. If I recall correctly, the miller's wife was a long family history in Tasting. She may know something in local history that the others have forgotten. Elsa? I thought she moved here when she married. She doesn't have any relatives in town. Not anymore. Age, illness, marriage took the rest of her family. But Cavils used to live all up and down this valley. Talk to him. Oh, well, thanks. Maybe something remained in the Abbey's ruins. I should definitely see what's left. Magdalene, you be careful. Those ruins are dangerous. Maybe that dangerous. The ruins have been sitting there for almost 20 years. I don't like that place. It'll crumble into nothing one of these days. I don't stop you. Just be safe and wear a scarf too. It's getting cold out now. I can feel it in my bones. Don't worry, Dad. I'll see you tonight, alright? Alright, good luck. Okay, so the abbess, local father, the miller's wife, and the ruins we have to look at. By Thomas. Bless you, Magdalene. And God bless you, Father Thomas. Do you have a moment? Of course, what can I help you with? I wanted to ask you about tasting saints. I'd like to represent them in the rat house. I'm thrilled to hear it. The saints will make a wonderful centerpiece for the murals. You misunderstand, Father. I may incorporate them, but there are other possibilities. Then I will endeavor to convince you to include them. But, you know, there is one saint you're overlooking. Why, the Blessed Virgin, of course, Mary. Many people forget that Mary is the greatest saint. And she visited one of the peasants here in Tasting centuries ago. The Virgin Mary appeared in Tasting? Why? Yeah, she appeared to give a message. Centuries ago, a farmer in the fields behind us had 3 visions of Mary. In the first, she told him that she wanted him to tell the Bishop of Freezing that she had appeared. Then Peasants shriveled down from freezing, but the Bishop would not see or hear him. Reasonable, all things considered. Perhaps, but blessed are those who believe, but have not seen. Sadly, the Bishop did not believe. The peasant returned to Tasing and had another vision in the field. The Virgin showed him a pattern, a labyrinth. She told him to draw it, or a sheet of birch bark, and bring the drawing to the Bishop of Freezing. I just give him labyrinth the first time. Bitch, I'm telling the story here. The Bishop attempted to turn the peasant to life, but she could see the drawing of the labyrinth in his hands. It was the same image that the Bishop had seen in a dream 3 nights earlier. And it was with the peasant who told him of 2 apparitions he had seen here in Tasing. The Bishop was moved by the peasant's story, and he came here to Tasing. The Bishop came here. He did. It's the only time the Bishop has ever come to Tasing. And when the Bishop came, Mary appeared to both of them. She told the farmer that the town needed to build this church. She told the Bishop to support the town. They already have an abbey. They really need a church too, man. I had no idea that's where all this came from. It's not a story I tell much anymore. I suppose the people here think, Maurice and Sadia, their connection to this place. Mary is such a core part of their prayers that they forget about our particular Mary. But in any case, Our Lady demands for clear the Bishop helps fund the creation of this church. People of Tasty have been using it ever since. So what was the point of the labyrinth? She just like showed him an image. He's like, yo, I saw that image. Let's build a church here. Just sure it wasn't like a cry for help, like find the labyrinth and rescue the princess. When was the painting, man? I'm not sure, maybe 100 years ago, maybe 300. Now, of course, I couldn't tell you an artist, unfortunately. But it's been here as long as anyone can remember. Thank you for the story, Father Thomas. Have I convinced you to include the saints prominently in the mural? I'm still considering it. Well, if deliberation fails you, perhaps you'll find that prayer gives you greater clarity. God bless you and your work, Magdalene. God bless you, Father Thomas. This is about the Christian history, like... Sounds somewhat important, right? Ah, the 3 wise men... Thought they had 3 gifts, not just 1 golden box. Going over here. My human sacrifice painting can't be that outrageous if they've got devils dancing and cars and fires in the winter. Oh, hello. Good day, Master Moore. What are you up to today? Drawing? Anything interesting? No? Secrets? Oh, I see. I'll leave you to it then. Magdalene, dear, what brings you up the hill? Dad was telling me your family's been tasting for hundreds of years. Oh, is this for a mural? It'd be a pleasure to see the Mullers featured in the rat house. They've been a pillar of tasting for generations. Though I'm afraid I only know a little bit about them. Much of that I've heard from others. Leonard didn't care to talk about the past. I meant your family, the one you were born to. Your family name is, Cavielza, wasn't it? Oh! Not a soul in town has asked about my family in years. I was beginning to think my neighbors had forgotten us. I'm not surprised your father remembers the Caviels. He was sweet on my sister before he met your mother. I'm the last of us left now. You say it's Cavizel, not Cavizel? What? I've always been called Cavizel as my sister and mother and her mother before her. My grandfather told me the Cavizels have lived in this area for hundreds of years. Perhaps even 1,000, though it seems impossible to imagine a time that was so long ago. The Cavizels were pagans? Yes, the original Bavarian people here before the Romans. My grandfather said his grandfather told him the Cavizels resettled the town after the Romans left. Built their new home right in the spot where they had been living when the Romans arrived. What a blessing, St. Marie's brought God to your family. Because of St. Marie's, I will see my family again in heaven. When I think of the ancient Cavizels, driven from their land only to find it again become Christian, they feel nearer to me. You understand? Oh, no. Yeah, it's like when Dad tells stories about courting my ma. I don't remember her face, but when he tells me about her smile, I can almost recall it. Yes, it doesn't matter whether you really remember. When I sing my sister's favorite songs to Ulrika, I may not know of all words anymore, but that's alright. Just as I may not know exactly how the Cavizels are settled tasting. What matters is that I feel close to her and them, even though they are so far from me now. That is what the stories are for, Magna. Now go on, you've got a mural to complete. God bless you, Elsa. God bless you, Magdalene, dear. So you're saying the truth doesn't matter, we just gotta show that, like, people have been here forever. They left and came back. And that should make you feel close. I don't know. Kinda lame to me. Coral. But it's still so beautiful here, Martha. One more moment. Alright, take your time. Oh, hello, Magdalene. Dad, look who it is. Morning, Mr. Strucker. Oh, Martha, Carl, how are you today? On our usual walk around town, November hasn't grown too cold yet. Dr. Soul says Dad needs to keep using that leg or the pain will get worse. And I'm getting old. And not so old that you can't sit around home telling stories, eh? Not the same age as my dad, aren't you? Ah, Klaus has always been too stubborn to grow old. Shame what happened to him. If you're not stubborn too. No arguments from me there. You're in a good mood today, I see. Plenty of reason to be. Tasting never ceases to be beautiful to me. Isn't the meadow a wondrous sight even in this season? On days the Lord strengthened me, I like going out a bit higher up in the mountains. Used to admire the view with Anton from there. Nah, Anton, my boy. Alright, Dad. Sorry, Carl. Not your fault, Magdalene. Just a babe then. Yeah. My fault that he died. It's not, Dad. You know it's not. You shouldn't have been with me that night. You shouldn't have. I was a fool. The Abbey was engulfed in flames. The heat, you wouldn't believe it, seared the hair off my eyebrows. I was bleeding. Anton tried to drag me out of the fight. And that godforsaken Landschneck stepped between us. I hope he burns in hell. Oh, the cool guy? Can't even imagine what that was like. I thank me mother every day. Nothing can make up for a loss like that. I pray I'll see him in death. Yeah, it's not good for you to dwell on these memories. I know. Permit an old man his weakness. How old are you during the revolt, Martha? 7 or so. I don't understand what was happening. Someone brought Dad home in the middle of the night. It was dark, confusing. There was screaming outside. Mom and a couple of the men who brought Dad in were trying to patch up the wound, but it wouldn't stop bleeding. She kept shouting, "Where's Anton? Where's Anton?" There was blood on the floor. You cried so much you threw up, we couldn't get you to stop. I couldn't understand where Anton had gone. Dad tried to explain, but Martha, my dear, enough of that. So sorry. How'd you go on? Did I? I don't know. Some nights I think I'm still there. The Abbey is always burning. My Helena passed not long after. I was left alone with Martha to care for. May Lord bless and keep her. And he keeps your mother, Magdalene. I had to keep going for Martha, and somehow my daughter grew into a wonderful woman despite it all. I suppose that was Helena's doing. Nah. I'm not very good, it's because of you. If I'm any good, it's because of you. Thank you for telling me about the night, Carl, Martha. Time doesn't heal Magdalene, but it does dull the ache. Time to continue with the walk, Yes, dear, I'm feeling much more alive now. You too. I mean, didn't need to know that yet, but, you know, we're gonna paint the Revolt on the mural. Like Dr. Stolz, he likes to come here and drink. Oh, Magdalene, what brings you my home alone? On my way to the Abbey. I thought it'd be helpful to explore the ruins for the mural. Ah, Kirisu was an impressive sight, and it's a shame it never got to see it. A lot of history to be uncovered there, no doubt. You mind yourself in that place. Could have collapsed any day now. Don't worry, Nico. I'll be careful. I imagine it'll be like an adventure from one of those fairy stories. Scrambling over rubble, uncovering trinkets and mysteries. You remind me of Johanna in that she was headstrong, fierce when she needed to be. The mural is coming along fine otherwise. It's getting there, plenty of work yet to do. Can't say I understand much about art. Well, we all appreciate the work you're doing with your dad. Well, I won't keep from your adventure then, besides I've got an inkling. Someone to help you? Oh, I don't want to take up your time. Killian will lend a hand. Joanna was good at keeping me straight. She kept this place spotless. So young she passed, I don't remember it all. She was an impressive woman even with all that happened. Have I ever told you how I met her? Yeah, fine. Oh, but I'd like to hear it. And we were so young in Passau. It's to the east. I first saw Hannah doing laundry beside the river just south of the Nienberg Abbey. The way the sun hit her face off the water, it sparkled. Couldn't get her out of my mind. Probably sweat. Well, she's like a Twilight vampire. How'd you come to talk to her? Luck in Providence, you see, no one could tell me who she was at first. Then she appeared at my family's warehouse. We were in the salt trade then. Would you love most better? It was the way she walked. She struck such a balance between determination and grace. She was a wit in conversation too, with a bold temperament that shone through every so often. We courted, I spoke to her father, a happy day. Miss her a lot? I do. We didn't have a plan when we married, that we seldom tasting was happenstance. Killian was old enough to travel, we happened to pass through on our way to Zurich. As there was time to spare, we visited Kirisu and of course the shrine in the hand of St. Maurice. Her eyes lit up, she said, God had blessed us with an opportunity. The town had no end then. We proposed the land house to the abbot, and he gladly accepted. The inn was Hannah's idea. No, did I say that? It was a shared dream. And I were happy. So happy. And she ruined it by being a fucking whore. Happiness never lasts, Magdalene. And Hannah leaped into the arms of that fucking miller. I didn't know what to do. We had Killian to look after in the land house. I loved her, so I let it happen. And Otto died. And Andreas fucking Mahler couldn't help but get himself involved. I never did set things straight with her. And he could have saved her, saved us. Only had the courage. That's not something anyone can know but God. Perhaps I'll ask him when the time comes. Can't be that far off now. But I've kept you too long with my talking. You have an Abbey to explore after all. Yeah, good talk, good talk. But I know you're not happy about being a cock. Thank you for sharing the story. You did me a favor, Magdalene, I won't forget it. A little later. A little later. Alright, well, I thought Dr. Stoles would be drinking here. Guess I'll have to stop by his home. Just, in the north of town. Is that wine or blood? Hey man, I come to admire well-chiseled craftsmanship at his best. A well-chiseled craftsman at his best. But hey, I mean, it's... Where, I can't see one? Ouch, I suppose I stepped in that one. And you come to see the repairs I've been doing done. Tell the truth, it's not going as well as I'd hope. Well, what seems to be the issue? I assumed I hit a snag earlier when it came to stone or tools or my lack of artist skill. But it's more than that. It's like my head, I can't see the right way. Besides, my dad wants me to keep out on the farm much more. I want to be there, but... Grandpa taught me everything about the craft. He really wanted me to succeed, and I do enjoy the work. It's as if I can talk to the stone, you know? Not literally, but I can see how lines of tension flow through the rock. I understand how to form one thing from the other, how to create, make something that lasts. Maybe you should be a sculptor, not a stonemason, bro. Grandma even offered the sponsor an apprenticeship under a master stonemason. That'll support me either way, but I still feel like I'm pulled both directions at once, you know? Agnes is offering crafts a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Great master, he can really make some himself. You should go. His family would be alright without him, right? Yeah. You can support your family and it makes you happy, it's the right choice. When you say it, it sounds the most reasonable way, doesn't it? I still can't get away from the doubts. No one can fully escape their doubt, but don't let that stop you. God, I wish I had your confidence and fortitude. Did you learn all that from Klaus? Christ, this is hard. I don't know what to do. I think you should take the apprenticeship. Ah, come on. They're insane tasting, right? I don't know. I like it here. I have enough experience in farms from Grandpa to keep going. Besides, if I'm gone, there will be no one to look at the town stone. The church's foundation is in serious condition, and who's to say there won't be another flood come spring? No, I think I should stay. I have to tell Grandpa I've made up my mind soon. Oh, thanks for listening to me, Magdalene. Yeah. Hey, back to work. I'm still reinforcing the walls of the church. To be honest, I'd like to reuse stones from ruins of the Abbey, but Father Thomas forbids it. She says it's unseemly. Just quality stone going to waste. I don't get it. Ruin of the Abbey is still a religious site. As is the church, so it'd only be like stones from one holy building to another. Alright, stay well until later, Magdalene. Until later, Craft. That's unfortunate. I insulted him in the yard because I was being a bitch and, like, didn't have the confidence to go become a famous man. There he is. Man, I'm walking around drunk, drinking out of a silver chalice. Oi! Fuck you! What? Wake up, damn you! You're supposed to come check on my dad today. The shrink to carry him home. I have to tell someone. Maybe Baltus, they're still on friendly terms with Nazu, could help. Or Big Jork, he's strong, you can do it. Oh, what a mess. I mean, if Baltus is on friendly terms with him, he might get pissed if Big Jork picks him up. You don't want to get a drunk guy pissed. Yanu Reeves. Ciao, Magdalene. Oh, Nazu, how are you? Well. Winter is approaching quickly, no? What does he say here? Percha pinching at your nose? Jack Frost? Aha, yes, I was saying. Baltus has been explaining many of your funny Bavarian sayings to me. I must admit they are rather charming, even if the language is a bit rough to my tongue. Maybe saying tasting long enough to learn more of my funny sayings. I should return to Genna soon, but Baltus and I still have some business to conduct. It's taken longer than anticipated to complete his accounts are complex. I may be forced to remain a few more weeks, and Dio, who knows? Oh, Adios Dios. That's God in it. Yeah. Don't like that. Ready to be able to return home before winter sets in. Thank you, Magdalene. I only wish to return to Genna before any heavy snowfall, otherwise my journey will take twice as long. I'll let you back to work then. Grazie, Magdalene, until later. I guess I can't ask him for help, kinda like the Balasar. Oh, Baltus, you got a moment? Only one, I'm afraid. What can I do for you? I came across a book about the history of tasting. I was hoping you could help me read it. Oh no, not today. I'm far too busy at the moment. Yeah, I knew when I have our hands full preparing a Christmas ale, you see. But it just ferments, bruv. Of course, sorry to bother you. Not all, apologies couldn't be of more help. Well, Magdalene, what can I do for you? Didn't have a lesson planned for today, did we? No, Baltus, is about a different matter. I found Dr. Stolz passed out drunk in the commons, sleeping in the ditch. I see. This is becoming an increasing problem, isn't it? I shall fetch Keanu, and we will ferry him home safely. Thank you for letting me know, Magdalene. Nod. Who else can help with the book? Story of Tassier. Dr. Stolz and Gertrude. Mother Gertrude? Sister Gertrude? Yeah, sister. Well, Dr. Stolz is drunk. I don't think he's gonna help me. You see what we painted? It's been like a couple weeks. It has to be done. Ah, saving it all for a big reveal at the end. Yeah! Kick him in the jaw. Alright, to the church, or the Abbey, same deal. This road isn't used anymore. It's fading. About the guest house, it didn't burn, it's just in disrepair. It's a nice house. Talked to Sister Gertrude since she was Benedict and nun at Kiersey before the Clares arrived. She'll be able to tell me about the Covenant's history for the mural. Think anybody's ever tried to jerk off with the hand of St. Maurice? Is it like an armored hand or is it like a mummified hand? And he's depicted wearing a full suit of plate there. I would assume it's stab, but who knows? Sister Gertrude. God bless you, Magdalene. Oh, sister, I have a favor to ask you. Of course, Magdalene. How can I help you however I can? I have a book, The Story of Tassier, and I can't read it very well. Can you please help me translate it? Yes, I'm afraid my Latin isn't good enough to translate something like that. My grammar structures are far too complex. I'm sorry, Magdalene. That's alright, sister. I'll have to find another way. There's one more thing you don't mind talking about. It's about the Rat House mural. Oh, do you need more paint? I believe I have enough galls stored away. No, thank you, sister. I have more than enough paint. I wanted to ask about the history of Kiersey, actually. I'd like to include the Abbey's founding and the history of tasting saints to the Rat House mural. I wrote to Reverend Matthews since he lived at the Abbey, but he wanted to see the place firsthand. And Brother Matthew became a reverend, did he? He was always suited to such a role. But I don't suppose that's what you came up the hill for. You're curious about the saint's history, yes? Yeah, so I was hoping you can show me around the Covenant and tell me about its history. The Clares don't allow outsiders within the Covenant, even other women. Mother Franziska wouldn't like anyone coming in for such worldly concern. understand. However, Mother Francisca always welcomes those who are considering joining the order. If a young woman sincerely considered joining the Covenant, she may be allowed to enter the Covenant and observe the sisters. Who knows what else she may discover while contemplating the holy life, well, I suppose exploring all my options can't hurt. Joining the Covenant will take some time. Would you like to go see Mother Francisca now? Sure. Mother Francisca, I'd like to introduce Magdalene Drucker, the printer's daughter, yes. God bless you, Magdalene. Father Thomas told us about his condition, and we pray he's recovering daily. Pray for his recovery daily. Oh, thank you, Abbess. Such is our duty to serve the Lord and the community that provides for us. Now, what is this about, Sister Gertrude? You know our holy rules. What brings your young Mr. Strucker to me? Forgive me, Mother. Magdalene is searching for a place in the world and is contemplating the holy life. I thought observing the sisters might aid in her spiritual search. She was encouraged by the idea. Right, yes. I wonder that you've never come up to the Abbey before, Mr. Strucker. If God is calling you to the Covenant, I'm more than willing to help you fulfill that divine cause. What brought this change on? Why are you interested in joining the poor Clares? I am worried that helping my father run the shop alone, finishing the mural, are too much for me. Magdalene, you should not abdicate your worldly duties for fear of the unknown. However, I agree that working at a printing shop and painting are not suitable duties for a woman. Oh, fuck you. Thank God you've turned to us for help. It's no wonder you felt overburdened by all this. Please come. I am happy to tell you more of our order. For a small covenant, you see part of the larger cures to double monastery, as I'm sure you've been told by Sister Gertrude. However, the poor Clares live far differently than the Benedictines that once lived here. I mean, it looks about the same. We believe that it is not ours to produce and live solely on the alms of the community of tasting as they see fit to give. Likewise, none of the sisters here own any personal property. We share this covenant as a gift of the church. And so if nobody donates, you all starve to death or what? And you came here of all places where like people have a vendetta against the church? We believe that the Lord called us into a life of poverty, service, and does such life to appeal to you, Magdalene. Not entirely certain yet. I'd like to explore and look around and get a feel for the place. Magdalene, you must not have understood me. We have deliberately closed ourselves off from the world. I won't have a laywoman bothering the sisters from the duties or disturbing our rule. However, I will allow Sister Suzanne to show you our duties. Please take your time. When you finish, please come find me and we will discuss your decision. Finally, I thought she'd never finish. What? Truthfully, I'm not here to join the Covenant. I'm looking for references for a mural I'm painting in their house. Oh, I'm gonna take a look around. Where are we going first? The Covenant has many parts. The kitchen, the Lacorium, chapter house, the Howard, the yard, and the old workshop, though no one used that old shed anymore. I'll leave it to you to decide where to go first. Is that son of Mousefinger? Oh, Margaret, it's Magdalene. Oh, Magdalene, God bless you. You don't normally come to the Covenant alone. What brings you here? Not that you're not welcome, of course. It's always wonderful to have visitors. And some spare time and thought I would say hello. Oh, well, hello. Haha. And it's good to hear your voice, though I enjoy it when the outsiders visit the Covenant. Do you miss the outside world much, sister? Yeah, sometimes I miss, oh, I miss the other Benedictine sisters especially. She never admitted it. Sister Elizabeth had the most wonderful voice. She always stood next to me. I always stood next to her if I could. Nice day then. Why didn't you leave when the Benedictines left Kirisu? Truth be told, I was too frightened to leave. Kirisu's my home. I didn't like the idea of becoming accustomed to a new place. Learning the Covenant's ins and outs was hard enough. I never went outside the Covenant much anyways. I know where everything is here, even if it's changed over the years. Sister Gertrude had already planned to stay too. The garden always needs tending, and two hands make light work. Besides, I can't leave Mousefinger behind. Oh, she's got Mousefinger proper there, Mousefinger Senior. Of course, Shirley is Queen of Kirisu. Has the Covenant changed very much since the poor Clares arrived? Yes, the food is simpler and some of the prayers are different, but all the chores and gardening is the same. Gertrude misses making ink for the scriptorium, but I've enjoyed learning the sisters' new customs. Speaking of which, I should probably return to my chores. Of course, sister, apologies for interrupting. Not all, Magdalene, God bless you. Well, that wasn't much. Kitchen. And this is the kitchen. There's not anything that's interesting here. Sister Marie and Sister Yezbo take care of most of the kitchen duties, but everyone pitches in that when needed. Descaling. God bless you, Magdalene. God bless you, sister. How goes the cooking? As well as the Lord wills it. My old fingers fumble from time to time, but it's my privilege to prepare supper for the other sisters. It's very noble of you. Just as God gave Paul a thorn in his side, so too did God give me the pains of age to strengthen my faith. Such things are a blessing when compared to the pains carried upon the cross. Christ carried upon the cross. Yeah, bro, like, that was the point. And Christ dies, so we don't have to suffer unnecessarily. In the next life, yes, but he even said that we would face hardships while we lived on this earth. Even Christ said he would. I have chosen to find meaning and devotion to the Lord through my hardship. Thank you for sharing your perspective. Most welcome, child. God bless you. God bless, child. Are you delivering something? Oh no, I'm considering joining, so Mother Francisca graciously allowed me to visit you. That's a word. Glory and praise be to God. You brought such joy to me this day, child. I haven't actually joined yet, sister. You have a strong stomach, perhaps you can help Sister Yesbo and me in the kitchen. I enjoy preparing meals for the sisters that nourish us, but I can never bring myself to butcher the animals. Sister Yesbo has graciously taken that task for me. We need sustenance, but I feel butchering any animal is wrong according to the rule of St. Francis. Cause suffering in any living creature is unnecessary and evil, even if God granted Adam and Eve dominion over the animals. It seems fairly simple. Is there anything near the Covenant's founding days? No more than the structure itself, I'm afraid. Cookware needs replacing over the years. Some nights a ghost appears to me by the cook fire, a lost spirit trapped between heaven and hell. Sister Marie, this is not this again. Not Magdalene, please. What makes you think you saw a spirit, sister? The figure rose up through the very ground we stand on vigils not a fortnight ago. Dawn and dusk are the hours when the boundaries between this world and the spirit world are weakest. Sure, it's not just when people are fucking tired. We may be the newest arrivals here, but this covenant is very old. Perhaps there was something Roman underneath this foundation centuries before. The spirit may seek to know the presence of God now that it rests on holy ground. Just a random Roman spirit? It's bullshit, no. Spirit and Kirisu, how did it come to the covenant, though? It breaks my heart to think this spirit was crying out for help, trapped beyond heaven's reach. Why don't we keep going, Magdalene? Better not to get Sister Marie too upset. Of course, God bless you, sister. God bless you, child. Could have come up from the aqueduct. We got milkshakes out here? Brrr, it's cold today. There's not much in the yard that can help you, I think. Anything that was here has all been covered in weeds, so I take care of your fucking yard. All I know about this place is that the walls were added when the covenant was built onto the monastery. Oh, God bless you, Sister Benedicta. Sister Suzanne, God bless you. This ice is hard. I don't recognize Sister Benedicta. I think I've seen you in town once or twice. Yes, you've seen her. Sister Benedicta is the youngest of sisters. Mother Francesca allows only one sister to deal with the townsfolk. Benedicta received this privilege. Burden, more like. I have to run around everywhere grabbing all the food and doing all the chores. I'd rather be inside where it's warm. What are you doing up in the covenant anyways? starting to join the poor players, actually. Oh, you are. It'd be nice to have another new face around. Don't let me keep you. Actually, Sister Benedicta, I wanted to ask some questions. You like being a nun? Oh yes, I don't mind it at all. It's far quieter than home. I don't have to share my bed with my siblings anymore. I like to help the other sisters, and I don't mind the chores, except when it's cold like this. One more question, Sister Benedicta. Have you seen any mysterious figures or ghosts lately? Ghosts? No, everything's been normal recently. I haven't noticed anything odd. This is about Sister Marie's ghost. I think it's, Meridius myself? Oh no. So there is a ghost in the Abbey. Oh, I haven't seen anything myself, but if there's a ghost, I'd like to think it's Meridius. Don't tell Mother Francisca about this, but I found an old book about Christian legends hidden in the workshop. It said that a Roman commander named Meridius conquered Tasing, but the colony failed. Most of the town was empty until Christian refugees found the town hidden in the valley. It was a miracle. Wonder if this is a different retelling of the story of St. Marie saving Tasing. Oh, maybe. I don't remember if the book mentioned any saints. The Latin was hard to read. Anyway, when Sister Marie said she saw a ghost, I thought it would be Meridius trying to get us out. A Roman ghost couldn't be happy about his tower being turned into an abbey, could he? What did you do with this book, Sister? Oh, well. I had it with me in the kitchen one day, and I, well, accidentally laid it on the fire poker. Laid the fire poker on it. What, you mean you set it ablaze? Oh my god, it must have been completely destroyed. I tried to fix it, but it's unreadable now. Sorry, Magdalene. It was better the book got some use for his lost forever. Besides, it sort of gives me ideas for the Rat House mural. Thanks for telling me about the book, Sister. I won't tell Mother Francisca. God bless the Sister. Thanks, Magdalene. God bless you. Covenant Art Studio, is this the workshop? Blech! The workshop's covered in dust. Yes, this was Benedictine Sisters' workshop. They used to make badges and art for pilgrims coming to see the Hand of St. Maurice. It looks like everything was just left here after the fire. Nothing's been used in years. We can't subsist on paintings, and the poor Clares don't produce goods for sale, so we have no reason to be in here. Repurpose it, bro. Do Pilates in here. Art allows us to find beauty in life. Even Christ said the Father clothed the lilies of the field in beauty. I agree, but that's not the rule of the poor Clares. Mother Francisca considers art a temptation into hedonism. Mother Francisca doesn't let us come in here unless he puts something in storage. I come in a few times and notice some of the brushes have gone missing. Paint pots, too. Think one of the sisters secretly painting? Oh god, no. We all lived too close together in the Covenant for something like that to go unnoticed. In any case, I think it's sad the workshop is left like this. Truthfully, Magdalene, I don't think you should join the Covenant, even if that's not what you were here to do anyway. Gertrude talks about you, and you seem to love your art. Without it, you'd hate it here. Old parchment scrap here. It's different from the others. Show me a note. No, okay. Looks like a scrap from a manuscript. There's some written in Latin in the margin. Why is it missing pieces? Is that like the paper that was used to write the notes at least? And is that the Roman spring? It says the Mithraeum of Tasing had been destroyed by the flood. Mithraeum, hey. That's the same word I saw in the Roman section of the mine. Okay, this must be from the book Sister Benedicta found. I wonder why I would mention the Mithraeum. I don't know, it's not a word I've ever heard before. There's certainly nothing in the Covenant by that name. It looks like that hot spring, like the aqueduct thing that we fell in before. Like, there were lots of carvings on the wall that mentioned donations. It was some kind of holy site, I would assume. There's also that one thing scribbled on the ground. I was thinking maybe that's where the Baron pulled that poor sister into the woods and tried to do the deed. Well, the note says Mithraeum was destroyed. I suppose it doesn't matter much now. Such valuable paint left to dry and crack on the pallets. These old badges are beautiful. I hope the pilgrims who brought them love them too. You can't just give out badges for free as like charity. Do something to do. For the pilgrims. Who doesn't like collecting badges? Show everybody that you're the very best. Here's the Locarium. Most of the Abbey's visitors come here, but aren't allowed to enter. We aren't allowed to go into the outside world either. Like Mother Francisca said, isolation is part of our vows. Sister Gertrude once told me the old Benedictine sisters used to go out into the town sometimes, even to talk to men on occasion. And I'm stuck here staring at the walls for the rest of my life. Unhappy here, Suzanne? I don't know. My father promised me the church as a baby, some oath he swore my mother struggled in her pregnancy. So there I was, dropped into the poor Clares the summer I turned 17. I'm so sorry, no one should be forced into a life they didn't want. We daughters are born to bear our family's legacy between our legs or on our backs, it doesn't matter. My family is devoted to the church. I've only been in the covenant for 2 years, but I'm trying my best. I don't mind the prayers or the hours, and I'm sure my devotion to the Lord, but this isn't what I wanted. But since when did a woman ever get what she wanted without being punished? Eve couldn't even manage it. I understand I have more autonomy to go where I want, but I'm still bound by the expectations of marriage and homemaking. I remember the days of running around town wishing I could have gotten married. I wanted to be a mother. Sometimes I get jealous of Sister Gertrude and even Sister Margaret. At least they get to go see something in the outside world before they were 20. And forget Matilda and Wolso, they used to be part of Kirsu too. Oh yeah, them too. Thanks for listening, Magdalene. Anyway, let me show you the rest of the cloister. You done? It's a room, I don't understand what it is. Just to remind you that you're stuck here. This is the chapel where we all gather for Mass and a liturgy, the oldest part of the Covenant. And the most drafty. Oh, again, Sister Gertrude. The sisters have done some minor retouches over the years, but it has represented the Abbey from its earliest days. Oh, there's the tower and the library. The cloister is still being constructed here. Yes, the tower was a Bergfried long before the structure became a monastery. And a watchtower, I don't know. My foot's itchy. The duchy gifted it to the Benedictine order after the Holy Roman Empire grew. They had no use for it as a keep. These walls have protected Tasting from the attacks of the spirit and steel for generations. Some line here too, but I can't read it very well. God called Lady Sabine to lead our sisters and brothers in 1261. Sabine Kirsu. Lord Kirsu's castle was destroyed by fire in the year and death of the Emperor Frederick II. Only the tower remained. Thank you, Sister Suzanne. Yes, the first lists the Abbey's founding date. Lady Kirsu is actually the one who suggested the old castle be turned into a double monastery. We added the second shortly after the revolt. Mother Illuminata thought it would be fitting, even if the sisters were not here, some record of what occurred and would remain. So what, the tower is the oldest part? That's the only thing that's original. Kirsu is unique, a double monastery with 2 saints, 1 male and 1 female to guard the town and abbey. The foundation of the Abbey was even older than the Holy Roman Empire. Many things have been built and torn down on this land over generation. Who knows what else is to be here? You're right, sister. The mural will be a great reference for the Rat House. I'm glad to have helped. God bless you, Magdalene. Oh, you've seen the entire Covenant. There's not much here. What do you think of it? Oh, this seems awful. I need art, bro. See why people choose the holy life, but it's not for me, not without art. I understand you've dedicated your whole life to your work. You struggle to give up that now. It's been so long since I've spoken to anyone from outside the Covenant. I'm reminded of life I once had. Now you have me thinking about whether or not I should remain with the sisters. I don't think you're happy here. You should go. Ah, come on. Why is that a bad thing? Family just left you here. You don't owe the sisters anything. I do, though. The sisters have taken care of me. They love me, and I love them. Even if this life wasn't my choice, they accepted me. Who knows? Maybe it'll get better in time. Maybe I'll try to help any way I can, even if it's just sneaking around the Covenant wall to say hello. Really? That would be wonderful, so long as no one found out. Anyway, we should turn to Mother Francisca before she suspects something. I learned a lot today. Thank you for showing me around the Covenant. To you, Magdalene, today has been more interesting than any I can remember in the Abbey. Let's find Mother Francisca. She'll be willing to hear what you thought of her place. Well, Magdalene, what is your assessment of the poor class? Is the good Lord calling you to life with us as a sister? I hadn't thought about getting stuffed. I think I prefer my shit. And I got the opportunity to take over for Father. I see. Be careful that this mural does not become an idol for you, Magdalene. Just as Eve had a weakened, well... then Adam, you are liable to stumble on the fruit of temptation as well. Our community is quite modest compared to the splendor of old Benedictine house operating under the rule of a powerful abbot. See why fewer women are drawn to the order these days. Thank you for allowing me inside. You're most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Magdalene, how'd your little expedition go? Frustrated, there's so little left of the old Abbey and the Saints. My sister, there's something I don't understand. The Abbey was so prosperous. Why didn't the monks rebuild it after the fire? What a task that would be. The chapel was beautiful, the stained glass always caught the eye in the mornings. There was a great deal of anger and sadness in tasting that night. The abbot felt the brothers and sisters were no longer welcome in tasting and moved on. In truth, the Abbey's dissolution was inevitable. Kirsu was running out of money and patrons. The riot and fire was simply a particularly harmful and painful way to end the monastery. Did anything survive the fire? Some of the buildings are intact, but all are terribly overgrown. I hadn't dared forage in the rubble. I doubt you'd find anything to help your mural inside other than charred wood and parchment. I still may be taking a look if I'm careful. I worry after you sometimes, Magdalene, I really do. Thank you for your help, Sister Gertrude. You're most welcome, Magdalene. God bless you. Alright, so time passed. Maybe we can see what's up with Dr. Stoll's now. I don't know. I did learn more about the founding of Kirsu. And that illustration from the manuscript in the Mithraeum, it's like the one in the mine. Is it part of the history of the Abbey or tasting? It must be written down somewhere. Only a library hadn't burned down with everything in it. The ruins are right there, and maybe not everything was destroyed. Yeah, the wine's cleaned up. Stoles is gone. You seem very upset. Think you're better than us? Your house is filthy. Ah, Magdalene. I see Baltus and Gianu managed to carry you home. Are you feeling better? No, I feel like shit. What do you want? You were supposed to come by and check on my dad today. His fever broke at dawn. That's good news, right? Magdalene. I should have begun improving by now if you were going to improve. Numerous critical days have passed with no change. If anything, he's worse. Winter will be here soon. I'm running low on supplies. Once the snows come, it'll only be months before a new shipment arrives. You don't have a stockpile? Not enough. Bandits on the road, the wars. It's out of my hands. Can't gather supplies in the meadow in the forest. Like, I remember harvesting some flowers to help with pain before as Andreas, right? Even the things I needed grew here in Magdalene. It's nearly winter. I don't know how to help. I've tried what I can, but I'm at the limit of my knowledge. I don't know what I'm doing. Whole town depends on you, Werner. Should they? You're a university-educated musician, for God's sake. You're always flexing this shit. Why don't you fucking show it? I am. I worked hard for this to get where I am. Even if it's not exactly what I wanted. Fine, Magdalene. My head hurts like hell. Leave me alone. God, you're annoying. No later, Werner. Bro, how are you gonna flex that you're a fucking doctor and still, like, not even be a good doctor? Hold on. Isn't, Oh, Ursula, you want to talk now? I'm Magna. Need something? Maybe I'm looking at history tasting. Grandpa said he told you a lot of things about the old ways. Can you recall anything? Yes, of course. I'm fortunate that both my grandfather and Ottilia taught me what they knew. Her mind was still so sharp even up until the end. Sharp tongue too, as I recall. Is that where you learned it? Maybe she unwittingly inspired me from afar. I'm grateful I got to spend time with her before she passed. What do you remember from them? Grandpa told me all sorts of charms and things to do to protect against evil. But I imagine you're not interested in that. He said it was Percha who protected the forest from witches, not St. John. God and his saints have dominion over the town and the Abbey, but Percha still watches over all of our wild places. And what about St. Sadia? Grandpa believes in the saints just as he believes in Percha. He said Percha's power is shown in certain places and times. There is no conflict for dominion between her and the saints. See? And Ottilia knew all the old chants in our language. She told me what they meant, but she couldn't translate them, I suppose. it had to do with Percha, but also God and St. Maurice. Where'd they come from? Yeah, no, but I think I figured it out after she passed. There were some people coming through town, and I heard them speaking their language. And it didn't quite sound like the words of Attilia used, but close. And they said St. Maurice was the patron of their home, too. Really? Where are they from? Graubünden. They were Swiss. They said that they were a holy spring in their town that had been blessed by St. Maurice. So, Attilia knew her language. I mean, her family came from Graubünden. They said we all used to know the chants and the language generations ago. I don't know. Maybe we weren't always the people here. What do you mean? It'd resettle, right? Maybe we came from somewhere else, our families, I mean. People have been tasting since before the Roman came. That's what I've heard. People say the mine has been here forever. Oh, I don't know, I'm just trying to make sense of things. Maybe there's no sense to be made of it. I don't know if any of it is useful to you. Well, even if it isn't useful, it's interesting. Good, not everyone appreciates hearing about these things. I know, you should be careful, Ursula. Why? Read some books that make it sound like people are looking for witches everywhere. Lutherans especially. Really, that shouldn't matter here, though. Maybe, but I think you should take care all the same. Alright, appreciate the concern. Thank you for your help. Anytime, I'll see you later. Till then. It's shitty that that came up like the day after I already made a decision, unless it wasn't final. I don't remember who... is like the nurse woman. Is it Gret? Magdalene, darling. Good morning, Gret. It smells heavenly here. Oh, I've just finished rolling out some raisin bread. Oh, fuck yeah. I thought that Andreas and Ulrich could use the treat today. Oh, a sweet idea. I have some spare time today. I'd like to stay dusty. The soul of diligent shall be made rich after all. I'd like to drop in on Anna and see my grandchildren. I'm more blessed than I ever imagined I would be. Paul and Anna make such a lovely pair. Ulrich wouldn't believe his eyes if he saw it now. I could use his grandchildren. Let's not talk about it. Jury's rejoicing with all the saints in heaven, Gret. I do hope so. It was never much of emotional displays, but I still remember his joy when Anna was born. You know, I was angry when Anna first took a liking to young Paul. He was always a quiet boy, but I was afraid he'd turn out like his father. Well, I needn't have worried. Paul's a good man and a good father. He's built his town back up from what it was. And else dotes on those children more than I do. She's certainly come a long way from the meek woman I met. I'm sure not having to live with Leonard helps. Well, I thought I wouldn't phrase it as such. I agree with you. She's twice the woman she was with him. The Lord provides miracles to us all, even if they are birthed from tragedy. And I've been chatting too long, my does need tending. Please excuse me, Magdalene. Of course, he'll later regret. I'm not sure I'd find them. I was hoping to get other help. Like, I did ask for remedies to bring Father, but... Oh no, he's a dead man, really. I doubt there's anything that can be done to save him meaningfully through our actions. Alright, into the church. Vampire! Ah! My god, this is amazing. I wonder what it must have looked like before the fire. Everything collapsed in the fire. I have to be careful climbing over this rubble to get past. Probably should have brought pants or something, dog. I don't think they really made pants for women at the time. That was like a French Revolution fashion thing, I think. Pants with pockets for little guns, because all the people were fighting. Even then, there were still small pockets, like women's clothes don't have fucking pockets today. Oh shit. It's crumbling, bro. Plus, like, the purse is like a status symbol. You get to make a fancy purse, carry it around. Carry all the shit that you have to go out in town and shop for. No reason they didn't bother giving them pants. Or pockets. Anyways. Oh no, I can't get back up there. If I climb, it might collapse further. Yeah, but you can, like, do a little double jump through that hole there, and, like, do a roll in a ball. You know? Find another way out. The Abbot's house should be mostly intact, it's just a little overgrown. Oh, right, there's the secret entrance down in the basement, too. Bell tower's ruined. Ah, there's nothing left of the old staircase. I guess I can't go this way. Signs go all the way up top, though. It looks sturdy enough to hold my weight. No, there's no other way out. Here's the other torre. I can see all tasting from here. I wonder if I can piece together foundations to Abbey and find a way to get to the library. If I can get down this way, the roof looks pretty stable. Looks stable, looks like it's falling apart. Oh god. I remember when the library burned down. Dad told me I was just a baby. I remember the flames coming out of the windows. So many people were screaming and running around, I cried myself to sleep that night. I haven't seen this place since then. And it doesn't look like there's anything left inside. I suppose there's too much to hope for. Well, Magdalene, how are you gonna get out of here? The sign. Roses seem to have made the Abbey their home. I'm glad something beautiful is still growing here. Like, park rangers and stuff regularly burn parts of the forest they watch over because the ashes are good for, like, fertilizing the soil. I'd expect a lot of really nice flowers to be out in the garden here and all these fucking weeds. What shameful, you gotta maintain the graves. There's no way out down there. Statue of La Llorona. Cats! I wonder if there's always as many cats at the Abbey. Perhaps I can ask Wolsef what he remembers during his time here. Muy importante, always let them smell you. Dudes. This is a mess, how sad. Door's stuck. I can't get through this way. No, what the fuck? Someone doodled Satanist shit all over this. See more human sac- Red tree! Oh my god. There's, what, alchemical symbols there? Demons, looks like a evil prior, a man eating a soul. Why is there a persimmon growing on the red tree? And a dead man, why does he look like Nelson Tethers? Oh, an old mural, it's worn, I can still see some of the figures. Dance of Death? Who drew this? Like, they had access to paint. That's where the brushes and pots must have gone to. Like, was it the twins? It seems kind of juvenile. But also, like, surprisingly skilled. Like, someone took a lot of effort to get this. They need ladders and shit. Like, even Paul's drawings don't look this good. These figures look new. The paint can't be more than a few years old. Someone's been adding to this. Feels wrong. You add new figures to Dance of Death, and why? These look like people from the town, from here. People who died. Is that the tree of adultery, perhaps? Like, is that the miller and his wife? And what, is that like the Satanist abbot doing his weird rituals at first? He sacrificed the Baron over there on the left. And then the end would be that's Andreas's apprentice, isn't it? Burning on the ground there. I guess he got shot, impaled. What was his name? Martin? No, not Martin. I don't remember it. He's been gone. He's out of the picture. Failed to tell him to leave town. These look like people from the town from here, people who died. That must be the Baron, and that's Otto. Otto's the dead man here. Middle with the tree. Wait, is that? Someone's here. Ah! Hello? Who are you? I like cry laughing or... No, that's Andreas up there at the top. And he's watching his apprentice burn. I don't know what this woman is, like... Maybe that's the one we had burned. That one's Otto. Yeah. That's the Prior, evil Prior. There's the Baron. This is like the real history of tasting here. I should have consulted the artist. They also added these figures to Dance of Death because all these people are dead. It's funny. Makes sense. That one there, he looks like a re-dead. The door! Whoever was watching me must have opened it. Kinda like this. They've seen everything left of the Abbey. I want to get out of here. Snow? When does it start snowing? I should get back to the rat house and get to work. Someone gonna come in and murder me? Artist, Paul? No. Well, maybe the twins. Someone was stealing from the Covenant and painting shit on the Dance of Death. I don't know if it's supposed to be creepy or just like history. Someone cares. Wonder if Dr. Stoll's ever stopped by. Hello, Magdalene. Yeah, alright, let's go to the damn rat house. Ah, there's Apollo. Yeah, he's got nothing to say either. Shit. Could have been Klaus even. What if nobody broke into the office? He just got like a rock to fall on his head. And, you know, he came back in a dizzy haze and knocked some shit over when he got home. He was practicing for the mural over there. That's why he told me to stay away, it's dangerous, and cover up. It was him the whole time. Magdalene. Dr. Stolz. So you're doing quick work with the mural, eh? I hope that doesn't make you sloppy. Oh, I've rigged the scaffolding sheet so enough air can flow through, that way the layers dry quickly. Ah, yes, how very clever of you. In any case, the council wants to hear what you're doing. I've been researching early Christian history of tasting the Romans left. Learning how people settled in the ruins, how the Abbey was founded, and why our saints are so important to us. And it was a lot to take in, but I've settled my subject, and St. Maurice and St. Sadia and Our Lady of the Labyrinth receiving the Christian settlers. Good work. I want to know the history, how it happened. I'll paint Lady Kears who founded the Abbey from the old Murgafried paint Bavarians settling among the Roman ruins, starting Christian history of tasting. I'll paint the Christians arriving from Gerbern settle among the Romans. I'd go with one or two. I mean, this one's like, it's gonna maybe offset some of the negative press I get for the human sacrifice. I'll do the Saints. It'll look cool. Plus, like, it plays in a lot with the history, like, these stories. It's not like this doesn't... This still happens, it's just, like, a more factual, like, you know, this lady funded this thing and it happened, like... The whole story of St. Maurice coming here and stuff was all there. Wish I could combine them both, like, and I have a, you know, another lady in this image, girl power, 3 women, 1 guy. They were the Saints' closest tasting and curious who have been part of history for generations. Saints are a sacred part of tasting's identity and income. Honoring them makes town look better than it actually is, so I suppose that is worth something. You must always keep in mind the mural is not just for you, but for all of tasting. I remember. Very well. After this section, there is still so much work to do. I haven't even figured out how I'm going to portray the Revolt. Yes. Imagine it poses difficulties the other murals do not. Strange thing to tell a story that still lives in the hearts of so many people here. I don't think anyone wants to talk about it, they just locked it away. It sounds like you have your work cut out for you. I'll leave you to it then. Oh, Dr. Stoles, yes. Have you ever seen someone lurking around the Abbey? Heard about it? I haven't been up to the Abbey in years, and no, I haven't heard anything like that. It couldn't be him, he's drunk and hungover. What? I have someone following me a few times. No, I don't know anything about it. No, if there's nothing else. Bitch. No, good night. Good night, Magdalene. Reads. And I had the final part of the mural finished. How should I paint the Revolt? Dad always talked about how the Archdeacon was the only one seeking justice in those days. But what was his name? The only name I remember is the name of the Archdeacon who came in tasting when the Baron was killed. Jacob Essler. Maybe he wrote an account of the revolt as an Archdeacon. I'll write to him and ask. Of course, I need to write back to Esther, too. I'll write them tonight before bed. 2 hours. We're heading into the last part, and I can't imagine there's much research to be done with the Revolt. Like, this has to be the end. It said it was going to be roughly 6 hours, and we went a little over 3 last time, so... I don't know. Maybe I should push through until we beat this game now. I think we're on the last part now. We'll see. There's a note on my bed, bruv. I'll write to the Archdeacon Jacob Essler and see if he has to tell me about the Revolt. I'll write a letter to Esther too. Hope the courier can make it through the passes before winter. Does it usually snow in December? It's snowing right now, what am I saying? I don't know, I normally don't see it till like late in December, like closer to Christmas, if not after. First week of January's always got a massive storm now, it's common. Now we're looking at East Coast, the USA, not Europe. Jacob Essler, formerly Archdeacon of Friesen. My name is Magdalene Drecker, artist of town tasting, Upper Bavaria. I believe you passed through a community when you investigated Baron Rothwell's murder in Abbey, 1518. Do you remember anything about the case that the people in tasting might not remember? In particular, do you remember anything about someone writing notes to provoke the killer? More have appeared in tasting in subsequent years, seemingly harbingers of death. Thank you for any help you can give. Magdalene Druckerman. Here's Esther. Hope you're well. You must know how tremendously happy I am for you and Simon. And Elijah too, of course, and your parents. It warms my heart to know your family is doing so well. By the time this letter reaches you, I expect winter will have unfolded tasting. And you probably got a baby dumped in you because it's winter and there's nothing else to do but cuddle up with a warm body. It's already freezing at night, so I've reorganized the workshop so that the inks don't deteriorate. Do you have to worry about that in Prague? You said it snows, but I always imagined it was warmer in winter. Dad's condition is so much worse, and he's in so much pain. Dr. Stolz has been, well, he's a useless asshole. Only God knows why he's such a bitter old man, but he's neglected Dad almost entirely. Some days he doesn't show up, and even if he does, he just snaps instructions at me and rushes off. I just wish I understood why. I worry about that. I've asked Agnes for help, but there's only so much we can do alone. And he's not gonna make it. There's nothing I can do. Christ, I'm scared, Esther. The mural is progressing well, but I can't shake the feeling that someone's following me. And I keep seeing this figure around town. After I explored the mines, I see Tasting's early history, and then again the Abbey ruins. So, like, the huntsman had the beard, but whoever was looking at me had, like, a hood and not a pointy hat, so, like, I have doubts. No one tasting has seen anything, but some of the nuns say they've seen ghosts. Obviously they don't care about Klaus, they care about his work. No one else tasting has seen anything, and some of the nuns have seen ghosts. It's the strangest thing, giving me a fright a few times already. I don't mean to worry you. Nothing happened to me yet, so I think I'll be safe. They seen ghosts, and there's that little hatch in their kitchen. The ghost appeared in the kitchen. Maybe it's someone, like, sneaking around into aqueducts. Like, what was the movie? law-abiding citizen, where the guy got himself arrested and he like had a tunnel system in his jail cell. So he went out and still did shit. He's like, hey, it wasn't me. I'm in jail, bitch. Wasn't me. Nothing's happened yet, so I think I'll be safe. The only good news I can share at the moment is that the mural is almost finished. I should have it completed by Christmas or soon after, before the new year at least. And perhaps at long last I shall be able to visit you and meet the Simon. Anyway, I fear that this will be my last letter for the year. The rescripts have already been late and reporting worsening snows through the passes. We seem to be stepping into harsh winter. Stay warm and give my regards to your family, Simon. As always, Magna. How'd this get here? Stop! Just like the other one. Just like the note Dad found. You trying to scare me? And if I don't stop, are they gonna try and kill me next time? They have a way into my house. I don't know if there's a lock on my door, but like, they've come in a few times. This isn't good. I didn't ask Dad about this. It can't be a coincidence. No, he's been so weak. I don't want to upset him. I just need to wait for the right time. Hope there is a right time. No time like the present. Right? Alright. At least, like, put the fire poker next to my bed or something. Like, they strapped or get clapped, as they say. Sleep. Freezing because you don't put under the blanket. Probably very hard to animate. Still. Mr. Strucker, only one letter for you today. Oh boy. It's not going to be from the Archdeacon, is it? Pass is nigh impossible to traverse, and the heavy snow is hard on the horse and me. Anyways, happy Advent, my dear. Thank you, same to you. Oh, it is from him, alright. Reply from Jacob Essler. Mr. Strucker, I do recall the Rothvogel case, though it has been over a decade since I served as an archdeacon. I am no longer associated with the office of the Prince Bishop. In fact, I'm no longer associated with the Catholic Church. If you do not mind conversing with a Lutheran, I will tell you what I remember. The notes you mentioned do stir something in my memory. One of the men I questioned at Kirisu was an artist from Nuremberg, Andreas Mahler. He mentioned finding notes written in fine hand inciting individuals to violence against the Baron. While the scopes of my investigation were too narrow to look into the matter, it did concern me. Finding more notes now, after so many years, must mean the author is still active. If this is the case, a serpent has laid a coil in the bosom of your community for decades. It may lay there still. It's someone old, at least. Like, that helps. What causes this serpent to awaken every few years to stage a new killing? I fear that finding the answer to that question may draw into your reach. May draw you into its reach. However, if you are determined to find the source of the trouble, I believe you must inquire with your neighbors. I urge caution in your investigation into this matter. If the serpent merely sleeps, it may be dangerous to poke into its old resting places. I hope this has been some help to you. May God bless and keep you safe. Jacob Essler. No reply from Esther this time. I must have been delayed due to heavy snow. The postman said I won't receive any more letters until spring. I better get back to the rat house then. Still more work to be done. Damn, we're skipping the whole day. Multiple days. I guess we're just finishing that section that we decided on. Ah, damn, we ain't gonna finish by Christmas. It's Christmas now. We still got a section, bro. Christmas Eve. Good morning, Dad. I finally caught up on the mural, and now I can start the final part today. Promise I'll get it done. Magdalene, I'm proud of you. Thanks, Tom. I'm sorry Dr. Stoll says you can't come to the festivities tonight. I know how much you love the Perkton loaf. Perkton loaf. Some kind of bread, maybe? A Germanic folk ritual celebrated around Christmas time, in which townsfolk dress as Perkton and drive evil spirits from the town to protect it in the coming new year. What? What's a Perkton? Sounds pagan as fuck. Ah, there's always next year. Right. How are you feeling? Dr. Stoll said you'd come again today. Fine, fine, I'm fine. Are you sure? Do you need anything? No, go on, I'm alright. In fact, my spirits are lifted today. It's Christmas Eve after all. Of course. Wrong. Dad, I found a note back in November. A note? What do you mean? And it was like, no, I found your plans for the murals. And I just scrapped parchment. It looks like it came from an old manuscript. Elaborate writing, purple ink, just said stop. Do you know where it came from? Who wrote them? Magdalene, oh god, that must be Oates. He said he'd drop by with more firewood. You know something I'd like you to tell me, alright? I know, I will. Can we talk about it later? Dad. Tell you, I promise. Alright. I'll be back later. Good, take care of yourself out there. Can't tell me if you're fucking dead, old man. You want me to die too? Morning, Magdalene. I like your hat. And the scarf, like, it does, you don't wrap it around, you just, like, throw it over your shoulders, like, that's kind of lit, you know? Morning, oh, it's cold out, isn't it? Freezing. Makes me envy Nico, able to stay inside all day, even Endress and his forge to keep him warm. Anyway, here, I brought some firewood for you and your dad. Thank you, Otts. You're welcome. So, how's your dad? Think you can join everyone in Christmas Mass? And I think you'll stay in bed tonight. I'll do my best to be there. I need to keep working on the mural, though. I'm working on the final section. Got the Peasants Revolt, right? It feels weird to talk about. In fact, tasting so much, but we're still just kids. I can't remember what happened since I was just a baby. I never even knew my dad. That's what makes it difficult. I need to ask those who are already adults that night, but don't want to touch raw nerves. Spoke to people, everyone was preparing for the Christmas festivities. Claire sometimes talks about that night, Mom too. You might be able to ask them. Wolsip and Matilda are the only two Benedictines left living and tasting. Maybe they'll talk to me. I didn't think of that. Still, the mural was for tasting, not the old Abbey. Agnes has always been tasting, right? I'd go to her if I were you. Hey, she was young at the time, too, but old enough, I suppose. She spoke words. Dad said she helped bury everyone who died that night. I wonder if she'd talk about it. The project, Magdalene, might be worth a try. I wrote the old Archdeacon about it, too. He thinks the Baron's murder and Otto's death are connected to the Revolt. The who? Man who came tasting for Ben Rothfeldel's murder? What about him? He was the judge for Baron's murder. What if all deaths and tasting are connected? I don't see how that old Baron has anything to do with the revolt. Are you feeling alright? I think you're looking for connections that aren't there. Maybe this mural project is getting to you. Maybe you're right. I just can't shake the feeling someone's following me. You're acting weird. Figured out somehow. Thanks for the wood. See you later, Mags. Bro, you should be, like, offering to stay with me and watch my back. Like, what kind of fucking fuckboy are you? That's just right. I should start talking to people around town. I better get started if I want to talk to everyone before brushing off. Alright, start Wolsome. There, you here? Oh, is everyone in the town commons preparing for the festival? I feel like the birds shouldn't be around like it's winter, dog. They should have migrated. There are a couple birds that stick around in the winter. Like they come from even colder places. They could be here where it's only snow and not fucking bricks of ice, but still. Part of the winter vibe is just that it's completely silent and like maybe some wind. It's calm, but also very scary at times. You're out in the woods at night and you can't hear none. It's like too quiet, you know? Like you're about to get ganked. Fucking bear that didn't prepare for winter well enough. There is everyone. Still here, goddamn. If it isn't Mr. Magdalene. Hello, Baltus. Hello, Gianu. How are your inventions coming, Baltus? So, very well, thank you. I'm just showing Gianu how our rat house clock works in much smaller prototypes. Fascinating process, truly. I'd never considered that one man can make something so complex by himself. Oh, to create something interesting, so intricate one day, maybe new kind of printing press? Ah, what kind of printing press would that be, but pray tell? Maybe a typewriter? Something small, it doesn't take up a whole fucking room. An automatically sorted type, that would make the process faster. Aha, you may be onto something there, Magna. Can you imagine an automatic type? Really an ingenious idea if one could ever make it happen. Stranger things have been attempted. True, true. Like those crazy flying machines. Can you imagine a man flying like a bird? Ocelotolphintore. Aha, preposterous. But all the time they say maybe we will be proved fools instead of them. In the meantime, shall we get back to work, Baltus? Yes, of course. Excuse Magdalene, I'm rather busy at the moment. So later. Yeah, just checking on him. I could hear about the beer or something. Dr. Stoles was around. There's something to say. If he's around. Not. Oh, St. Maurice, look at that. Golden armor. Only visible piece of art, alright. Oh boy! Agni. Oh fuck. Go up here. What's her face lives? Ursula. The only people we've seen in this damn town are the kids. The inn? Are they celebrating indoors? Alexander? Kashmir? Hans, Wolsov. Hey, Wolsov. What are you tenderizing? Salting? Is he making jerky? Killian was alive. Young boy. Hi, Max. Hey, I can't talk for long right now. Magdalene. No, of course, Magdalene. I didn't mean to be impolite. Well, courtesy the Knots and Apollo put together. Thanks, I guess. What are you doing? You know, setting up Christmas feasts, it's always a lot of work. And Dad can't do it all alone. He pretends to be strong, but I think some of it's knack. He's growing older and sadder. Sorry to hear that. I don't really know how to help him. He doesn't like to talk about much anymore. I think he's ashamed. I'm not, though. She was still my mom. People say she did many bad things. Everyone does bad things sometimes, you know? When the monks were around, they told us about God's forgiveness. Also talks about it a lot too. So that's what I tried to do. Forgive. And Christ gave himself to death for our sins, and so we don't fucking keep fucking up afterwards. Her mom's sins were serious, but the Lord has already forgiven her. Maybe everyone else should too. I think so too. Thanks, Magdalene. Yeah, kind heart, Killian. And maybe I just do what I think is right. How's your mural coming along anyway? All enough? Trying to learn about the days of the Revolt? Suspect many don't want to talk about that time. Painful memories. I think you're right. I don't blame them. Dad hasn't spoken about it in years. I'm sorry, Magdalene. I really have to get back to work. Be well. God bless you, Magdalene. Hello, Wolsov. I have an odd question for you. No? When I was exploring the Abbey from the Mural background, I stumbled upon some stray cats. Were there a lot of cats during your time? Ah, yes, as a matter of fact, there were. There were always cats around the Abbey, but one summer they started begging for food. Persistent little creatures. Or Lucas swears he never fed them, but I have my doubts. Oh no, they keep coming back because they got fed. Well, they seem to have made the Abbey their home now. Good for them. At least someone's making use of that old structure. Thank you for telling me, Magdalene. Hey, well, Wolsov. God bless you and your father, Magdalene. I don't think I really learned the mystery, just been cats around, bro. Oh, Magdalene, no, Magdalene, no. How's the weather? We've been preparing for the festival here all day. Colder than usual. I'm glad to be indoors now. It's been colder than I remember it being for decades. At least we're in here. We can keep our fingers warm. Hey, you better keep your fingers out of my dough, Master Dollar. I didn't do nothing. You snuck your fingers into my cookie dough 3 times today. Classic. Do it again, I'll have your knuckles with the back of my spoon. Don't anger Mistress Matilda, Simon. Yes, sir. Sorry, Mistress Matilda. We need enough dough to make cookies for the entire town. You'll come eating it all. You can't be eating it all. Anyway, what'd you come for, Magdalene? I was hoping you could tell me what you remember of the Revolt. I was too young to remember much of it. No one seems to talk about it. Mistress Matilda and Master Wolsov, you two are the only ones left who used to live in the Abbey. The only ones who stayed, anyway. Matilda and I have been friendly enough with the people in town. To put it behind us in time. You can imagine the other brothers had no reason to remain. Old Edict made it out. I think Father Gurnet paid for him to go back to the Abbey in Cornwall. That's wholesome. I'm not sure what happened to the others. All gone in any case. But the whole thing is sensitive subject, Magdalene. Why are you asking? I want to portray the events truthfully in the mural, so I'm trying to hear everyone's account of events. For the sake of seeing it portrayed right, I'll tell you what I remember. Wait, Magdalene, here, come cut out cookies with me first. That way we don't fall behind while we chat. We'd be grateful for the help. Oh, fuck yeah, I get to make cookies? Alright, Magdalene, cut out cookies from the dough and set them aside or Simon can put them on a tray. Need a good number and a variety of shapes, so don't hesitate to change which cutter you use. We'll have enough for the whole town, after all. Alright, alright. You gotta optimize, right? You gotta... What? I can get diamond in here, right? Bam! Bam! These hearts are the hardest shape to get. I thought conversation would be happening during this, but... Oh, the birds kind of just line up nicely under each other, you know, like... You know, just... Bird. 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 Come on. Come on. Alright, well. Throw another heart in there. Diamonds. Circle is like the most boring shape. I only have one. I need to get more circles. Oh, I guess it's like a little shield or a metal or something when you cut it out for real. Oh, the acorns and the diamonds, those are cute. I think that's the best I can do, folks. Cut enough cookies for everyone at the Christmas feast. Hell yeah. Are you done? Is wonderful, thank you. You can cook more if you want, but it looks like we have enough. Nah, that's good. You gotta, like, roll the dough back up if you want to reuse it, or you can give it to the cookie dough thief. Thanks for helping, Magdalene. You'd better keep going if you're to have everything ready for procession tonight. Well, what can we tell you, Max? I heard the Landsknechts came into town before the revolt and warned everyone to leave the Abbey alone. Things really been talked out, or is it too late by then? There were some people who wanted to talk. Master Mahler worked hard to keep the peace, but after Otto was killed... Oh, Andreas, a shame how he died. We at the monastery were fond of him. Dad said he was instrumental in keeping the revolt from getting out of hand. He regrets not standing by him. Yes, he was. He was had a personal dinner with the abbot to try and discuss things, I believe. A pity they couldn't come to an agreement. Yes, Andreas did a lot of good for Tasing and Kirsu too. Even if the abbot failed to admit that. He even revealed corruption in her own midst. The old prior Ferenc had been doing witchcraft in the church. I still grieve that he died in the Abbey fire. I know your father does too, Magdalene. Was the revolt in general justified? Yeah, I think so. We could have even collected in the forest without a fee. Dad kept saying we couldn't live with higher and higher taxes. The night Otto died, the abbot was trying to excommunicate everyone for celebrating St. John's Eve. A lot of people thought that the abbot killed him in revenge. Turns out it was him, the innkeeper's wife. They still say she was pressured into it by the miller. Still, after Otto and Ulrich, that was too much. We burned the mill with both bastards inside. The abbot promised to help if Andreas found the person who killed Otto. All he wanted was to talk. You mean no one was supposed to burn the Abbey down? How did anyone want that? We sought justice, not murder. It was too much for Peter. Leonard was one thing, but he just killed Ulrich. But to burn the Abbey. But when the Landsknechts saw the fire, they thought they had another revolt on their hands. Even Father Gurnet couldn't stop them. We all fled. Brother Florian saved as many as he could, but Peter was wrong to burn the Abbey, but what the soldiers did, that was awful. Dad died protecting me, stabbed in the chest. I don't even remember what he was wearing, but I remember how dark the blood was when we found him. Almost black and sticky like treacle. Dad socked one of the soldiers in the face, but another was right there, and... Magdalene, can we stop talking about this? Yes, thank you for talking to me. I'll do my best on the mural. Good luck. We'll see you in the procession later. Till then. Who else can I talk to? Alright, Dr. Stolz can help me with the history thing if I want to do that, make an achievement, but to find him. Agnes Steiner, about she remembers Clara's husband was right in the middle of everything. Should talk to her as well. Probably a lot of people gathering to Golden Hand to prepare Christmas feast. Some of them must have memories. Right, so the baker's wife, the baker woman, is the baker. Also Otz's mom. It's his mom. It said Steiner. That's the stonemasons. Was Dr. Stolz at home? I don't think he was. But time passed, so, you know. Where is he? Most of the people in this town are missing, bro. Magdalene Drucker, I didn't expect to see you today. How's your father? Not well, honestly. Oh no, I'm sorry. He'll be in our prayers tonight. Ours as well. Now, is there something we can help you with, dear? Again, reefs. You're old. Do you remember things that happened in this town, right? Jesus Christ, that small favorite ass. Go on, spit it out. That isn't too much trouble. I'd like you to recount what happened in the Revolt. I'm nearly done with the mural, but I need more details. I was so young, I don't remember much of that night. Oh, for the project years on the rat house, I'm afraid I won't have much good to say about the matter, but alright. Come sit down, Magdalene. Don't worry about helping with the reefs. It took me years to get the technique up to Mom's expectations, so you're better off not helping. Ah, you always did fine, Brigida. Oh, Magdalene, what do you need to know for the mural? I was hoping to ask you more about the revolt. All I can remember is the flames when the Abbey burned. What part of the revolt? The abbot starving us out of the house and home? Otto's murder? I thought that would be a good painting. Seems like the abbot of Kirsu was not on very good terms with Tasting. Everyone but that fucking Miller hated him with good reason. He only ever cared for how many things he could get from us. Brigida, don't forget to twist the ends and can't have her looking like a Christmas hedgehog. I'm getting there, Ma. I looked after Martin and Craft well enough, haven't I? I can manage this. Yes, well, after your father died, you've got no one left to nag besides you and that husband of yours. Thank God I have both of you, as a matter of fact, but an old woman had her vices. Gertner's house was a bit sad. Georg always gets quiet at this time of year. Yeah, Georg was there. Number 4. I reckon because that family's been hard pressed since Peter died. Facing lost a good number of folk over the years. Feast days and celebrations make it harder to bear. I mean, the Revolt, right? The Revolt, the murders, that fool Andreas had to meddle in everything. It didn't do too much good, if you ask me. That said that Master Muller made some mistakes, but you seek justice for everyone in town. And I think your father is right in that, and yet he'd already meddled enough in tasting after the Baron's murder that he held more sway than he knew. I could understand the first time he wanted to save that old monk. I dare say he saw him as a father. And it was proven the Briar was a witch, so I suppose he did some good for tasting then. I think Wolseth might be the only person in tasting who even remembers the old Briar. That's when the trouble started, I say. The townsfolk saw a monk killed, and the abbot was like... The abbot was incensed. Then came the revolt, and Andreas Muller happened to show up nearly the day of Otto's murder. Did the revolt accomplish anything? Well, the entire matter was a horrible bloody mess, but it did restore peace and tasting by force. A shame that happened at all, I think. I knew the revolt was a bad idea from the start. Old Wolseth would be the only one to know what happened inside the old church now before the fire. Someone liked to say things were always this bad, that violence was the only way, but it wasn't. Life got worse over the years. It was like this when I was a child, not at my grandparents' time either. Sure, the abbot was pinching the townsfolk and the peasants were suffering, but go against the church? But like you said, things weren't always so bad. We fought to make things right. But things got better in the end, right? Even if so many people died. What kind of good comes from violence? I've never seen Peter so angry. That soldier even warned Peter, but nothing would stop him besides steel. So nothing got better at all? No, not as I see it. The Lord is just as severe as the abbot was, and threatens the force at every turn. That's life. You can struggle and die to accomplish something and nothing changes. The dead are luckier. They died believing they changed something. We're stuck in with the harsh reality. Nobody's been complaining about taxes or anything, but I guess they're just used to it now. Too miserable. Over fight. This is all you've known, Magdalene. You've grown used to it. We all have. Oh, I see. Like I said, not the best piece for a mural, huh? Oh, I want the mural to be as accurate as possible. Yeah, I'm never setting foot in the rat house again. Oh, hush, Rock. I'm sure Magdalene will paint it beautifully. Good luck, Magdalene. Dr. Stoles. I'd suggested he go out and collect reagents in the woods. Like, I doubt that conversation was enough to make him clean up his act, but I'd be very happy if I saw him in the woods right now. Like, you know, I might show him some fucking respect. Put on a scarf, but no mittens, bro. You need mittens. Oh, he's still here. Here's more, religious fanfic. Hello again, Magdalene. Are you getting ready for Christmas celebration? Of course, along with everyone else in town. I've never been here for Christmas. I've meant to move on, but the snow. Right, it came fast this year. Smokey told me your father was injured. How is he? Oh no, he's not doing well. Sorry, I'll hope for the best. Well, I don't want to keep you from your task. Merry Christmas. Waterfall never freezes. Look at that. At least it's proper slippery. Can't get the salt mine, no one bothered to shovel it. Damn it, bro. Where is everyone? At church? Beans. Can I ask my father about the revolt? Like, you should know something. Oh, nothing. Done well. Doesn't even want to tell me about the damn notes. Unless he wrote them. Jorg was there. He was a grown-ass man. I should really talk to him. Oh, there's Ursula too. Ursula and Large Jorg. Clara. Hello, Magdalene. I would have thought you'd be working on the mural today. What brings you here? I would like to sit with you and talk about, you remember, the rebellion so that I can paint it. If that's alright. Ah, that was a sad time. If it'll help you memorialize those who lost in Revolt, yes, I'll answer a few questions. I don't mind, I was a little older than you, so I probably remember more, Magdalene. Of course, Magdalene, we'll tell you all we know. We've been looking forward to seeing the mural for some months. Come now, stay with us. Are you making like creepy pagan heads? Are those the spirits you're scaring away? The costumes you're supposed to wear to ward them off? Jeez. Now you're all settled, what do you want to know? Did Revolt have anything to do with the other murder that happened in Tasting? Oh, the murder of the Baron, you mean? No, not really. I remember that Andreas attempted to be a peacekeeper in both situations. I suppose that when things started going poorly... yes, after Prior Ference was discovered as a witch, people weren't as willing to trust the Abbey anymore. And the abbot became more severe. He didn't like that the prior's death rattled his control of tasting. Still think that the old prior cursed the town. That's when the crops started failing. I don't know about any of that, but his taxes and restrictions and his attitude toward us became harsher after that. It was all we could do to live by then, but it eventually became too much. Even with all the restrictions, was the revolt really justified? I keep hearing conflicting stories about how it began. Now things are bad for the peasants, but was it worth all the loss? You wouldn't remember it, Magdalene, but the abbot forced us to starvation. We would have died either way. We did everything we could to keep things from getting violent, but the Lord had other plans. I remember how sick and hungry I was all the time. Grandpa kept saying it hadn't always been like that. All was fine with Hannah, Nico's wife, until Hannah, Nico's wife, killed Otto because she forced what would happen if the Abbey shut down. Because she feared what would happen if the Abbey shut down. Jeez. My husband wouldn't let that rest. We all wanted justice. When that soldier arrived and threatened us, all the townsfolk pulled away, except for you and Ulrich Rhett. No, Clara, I'm afraid even I was intimidated and begged Ulrich to leave the matter be. My husband alone stood with the peasants. Dad always talks about how he regrets that choice. That's why he wanted to paint the mural. And her father is unique in that regard. Most of our townsfolk see the revolt's failure as proof it was doomed from the start. Well, it's called a martyrdom, like you're a symbol. All are Christians, you should know all about that. Truly, if the entire town banded together, we likely could have succeeded without violence at all. But then we were so starved and wanted justice so much, Peter truly thought success was possible. There was still some discussion. Ulrich and Andreas went in peace. And that fucking Miller protected that bitch. He always hated us, thought he was better than us. Ursula, language. What, Mom? It's true. Leonard even shot Ulrich out of nowhere. It was unprovoked. Yes, Leonard always did hate the rest of the townsfolk, and he wanted to take advantage of anyone he could. My husband sought peace to the last. He was a martyr to us. I think the Miller shot Ulrich to retaliate, but after that, Peter couldn't be stopped. We lost too much. The burning of the Abbey was a grim night, and the soldiers coming in. Our men fought to protect us, to protect Tasting, and many died in that fight. So we got rid of the abbot and the monks at least. Yes, and that is some comfort, only little. Beans! Ooh. Are there any heroes of Tasting I should memorialize? Dad, definitely. Peter always wanted the best for Tasting, even if he acted rashly by setting fire to the Abbey. I hope you can portray him with the best light, Magdalene. I'd rather not talk about the night anymore. I hope we provide enough insight for your work. You did, Alex. Thank you. I'll let you get back to work. Thank you, Magdalene. I'm certain the mural will be beautiful. Not sure how to depict him in a good light, like, to make him look heroic for driving the monks out of the town, like, looks evil. Time to go to the commons for the loaf. Looks like it's a fucking Zelda NPC. Christ, it's too damn cold. You shut your mouth, boy. We've done this festival every year. You won't die standing here for 5 minutes. Oh, good, you made it back now. I was getting worried you would miss the procession. Oh, I should have came with you. I wouldn't miss the loaf for the world. Costumes are just too wonderful to miss, aren't they? I remember the masks scared me when I was little. Shh, starting. Oh, Artemis looks so lovely. I'd love to be that bright saint every year, leading all the demons in the woods. Ah, then so they are demon masks. Look at that. Really cool. Gonna scare the kids. Hey, bitch, I'll go fuck. Fuck out of here, bitch. It's the only type of boys that'll follow you, Artemis. Oh, stop that. Alright, Mom. Christina, see the perchin? So scary. I don't like it. Hey, he's got a smile on his face. Andreas, you're alright. They're only costumes, big masks, and the neighbors are wearing, remember? Ah, it's so cold. Agna, would you fund to the bright saint for one of the friction? Would you want to be the bright saint for one of the demons? Yeah, I mean, if I'm a prickly bitch, I'd probably like to be the demon, right? I think the mask would get stuffy, but it would be fun to take any part. You'll get your chance, don't worry. Pacing's done the Persian loaf as long as I can remember. Everyone in town's been a part of the procession before. Well, except for a young one's got. Hashtag can be here. You'll see next year, surely, and you can go home and describe it to him. No, he won't. Beautiful as ever. Ah, goddamn long. It's goddamn long as ever. Oh, at least we're going to eat after this. It is funny that the freaking prankster got to play the same. Hey, Mags, I'm drunk. You wanna fuck? Magna, whatever, Mags, you made it. I was worried for a minute you'd skip out on the fun. Merry Christmas, Mags. Tipsy already? How you're responsible for someone on town council? Correctly without being too harsh. Christ, Mags, relax. It's Christmas. Besides, Big George's already had 3. Alexander and Kaz look like they're going to play something too. Christmas music, Jesus. Did you forget Casimir's names, or are you giving everyone nicknames tonight? That's secret, Mags. Come on, let's go get some food. You're Stoles, you piece of shit. You didn't read my book. You got drunk. Him. Hey! Everyone listen up, Joe would like to speak. Yes, thank you, Veronica. On behalf of the town council, I wanted to thank everyone for coming tonight. This year has been tough on all of us. Now, we've had more snowfall than everyone can remember, and the early frost gave us a small harvest. Still having a feast. Folk haven't come through the pass as often. Nico, you've been short of customers, and we've all missed trade. Alexander and Casimir, you've been kept from your journey. Yeah, I knew the snow kept you from returning home. And I know we've all felt the lack of Klaus in town as he's bedridden the past few months. And yet the Lord has blessed us with each other, cheerful guests and good company. Cheers. Amen. Thanks be to God. God bless. Even though this season has been rough, God knows you still have a lot to celebrate this Christmas. Endress, you've made tools we couldn't have gone without. I was practicing my trade. Dr. Stoles, you've kept us all in good humors. Yeah, friggin' Jew science. Proof of my experience charge in such a cruel weather. I mean, like, the balance of humors is like it's like a disproven thing, you know, it was a bunch of crackpot theory, it's not in medical practice today. I don't mean, like, anti-Semitic stuff, I mean, like, it's a literal Jewish thing they teach. Like, means one's back in. Yeah, come on, don't shit on his speech. Be polite. Magdalene, you painted the mural for us. Thank you all for entrusting us with me. I've done my best to honor the tasting's history. Alexander and Casimir, you spread the good cheer in the early winter nights. And maybe I didn't. I'm starting to feel like I fucked up by paying the human sacrifice. Like, the people around town are like, yeah, well, the pagan gods are lit, but, like, they never talk about, like, them being fucked up people. They're like, no, they were fine, bro. It's like, you can keep practicing this shit, like, chill. Maybe I should have gone with a more fairy tale thing. Oh well. Alexander and Casimir, you spread good cheer in the early winter nights. A pleasure, truly. And especially tonight, I think we should thank Baltus for making such a wonderful beer for us all to enjoy. Huzzah! Huzzah, Baltus. God bless. Hear, hear. Oh, no, please, Yanu helped tremendously. It's thanks to him, really. Ignazio, maybe? I can't. I'm gonna keep calling him Gianu because he looks... I don't know, I feel like you'd beckon him over and you'd show up on like a white horse with his big chest exposed like that. Oh, Gianu. You know, you're gonna cover some shitty romance novel. Anyways. Oh well, Grazi. Thanks to our Lord, he's so graciously provided for the feast. Yep, Lord protect him. Thanks for the man's deep pockets, Casimir and I shall play later in the evening, so please come to us with songs if you have one in mind. Do you know the one by Mariah Carey? The only new Christmas song. It hasn't been played since this time. No, there's plenty of new Christmas songs, they're just not very good. If I may, Jorg, I'd like to bless this great feast our Lord has provided to us. Of course, Father. Today we have come together to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Just as our Lord has provided for us with this meal, so too did Christ provide us with the bread of life. So please join me within prayer. Bless us, O Lord, in these gifts which you're about to receive. Through Christ our Lord, Amen. Amen, 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 amen. Amen. Last. Now please everyone, I know Baltus made a fine beer, but remember that temperance is a virtue. Celebrate the Christ child as through his manager Lord here with us. Quiet. Squint quizzically. Merry Christmas, everyone. Finally, let's see. And the whole point is there was no room to inn, so they celebrate in the manger. I'm like, irony. Magdalene, you finally come over to say hello. Oh, you say use my full name now, have you? You asked me to. You never listened to me before now. He's playing nice in front of us. Hello, Magdalene. Happy Christmas, Ava. Till happy. Magdalene, how good to see you. How is the mural coming in the rat house? Almost finished with it, I hear. That's right, the last I heard about you were still working in the middle of the middle secterior, the history of the saints, right? Section. Yeah, I finished section out. The Abbey ruins are hard enough to climb through. I wanted to paint it right. Oh, but the remains of Abbey are so run down. That sounds dangerous. You went into the old Abbey, Magdalene, without me? Goddamn. Clumsy odds, your big feet would only slow me down. Oh, big feet. Because you don't got a big dick neither. Loser. Don't worry, your father had big feet, Otts. He made up for it in other ways. I'm sure you will too. Oh my god, Ma. Well, clearly you can handle yourself since you made it back without any problems. And I did warn you about the dangers, not that I told you digging down there, mind. Not that I told you to go digging about down there, mind. Alright, Magdalene. I'm repainting the mural now. I'm working on depicting the revolt, but I think I angered Agnes when I asked her about it. That's right, you were just a few years old then. God, it hasn't been that long. Don't worry about Agnes, she acts cranky, but she's never truly upset with anyone. It took years for Tayson to recover after that night. Thank God we've come a long way since then. Otto would be proud of what the town's accomplished. I think so too. You know, Magdalene, I think he would be especially proud of you for memorializing Tayson in the mural. He'd be thrilled to think you'd become part of the family. I don't want to marry Otts. Haha, I remember thinking the same when I was your age. Marriage seems a shackle when you're so young. You're a capable young woman, Magdalene. Marriage is the next stage in life for you. No. No. We have to speak with Klaus, of course, but you and us are a good match. No, you're not. Goddamn. I'll take Killian over him, for fuck's sake. Anyway, I don't mean to keep chatting away with the other folks. Have fun with Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Ava, till... Merry Christmas, Otts. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Max. This freaking youngest son's the drunkest in the family. Meow. Meow. Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Enjoy the celebration. That's wonderful to see everyone together in high spirits. Isn't it? Even Grandpa's enjoying himself. This winter's been difficult for his gout. The cold makes his joints seize. I told him he didn't have to be in the loaf, but he insisted. I haven't missed one Christmas procession in my life, and I'll be goddamned if some snow stops me. Ugh. Oh god, we ain't no old man. Anyway, like George said earlier, it's nice to have a night of good company and cheers. Thank you for mentioning my father. You'd be glad to know he's missed. You're welcome, Magdalene. Klaus is a good man. We all miss him as part of the community. To be honest, I didn't expect to make a speech tonight. I just thought about what happened down this year. Really? Warner kept insisting that someone make a speech, so... Paul said that I was the most charismatic of anyone on the council. He said that? Well, he said I would make at least amount of people angry over it. Baltus said it was my charisma. One way to phrase it. To be honest, I never thought I'd be someone people in Tayson listen to. They've always been part of the town council. We didn't always have a council, though. It wasn't until the night of the revolt, really, that I felt like I could do things on my own, be my own man. I love my father, but what he did, I thought it doomed the town. And a lot of terrible things happen all at once. No one can shoulder all the blame themselves. Thanks. No, but my dad chose violence, so he chose to destroy the Abbey. I always went along with him because he was my dad. He had to be right. That night was the first time I thought any different. I learned that night that you can fight for something right and still choose the wrong way to do it. And I swore that I would never let that happen again. The revolt broke down everything I thought I knew about tasting, about myself. But it made a lot of things better for tasting, and that makes me hopeful. What do you mean? Well, our new lord is strict, but he made a deal with us. The council lets us govern ourselves. As much as I was grumbling earlier today, George is right. Life changed in tasting, and even though the first few years were hard, we're better for it now. No abbot looking down at us making stupid laws as he sees fit. Our Lord lives days away. As long as we pay our taxes, we're left alone. It's a better life than Artemis and Apollo than we had. Don't you talk ill of my son, boy. He gave you everything he had. God rest his soul. I know, Grandpa. No, even though you disagreed with Peter's actions, he made a better life for you. Real work happened in the days after the revolt. My father would have been put to death as a rebel and traitor if he survives. We worked hard to make sure the sacrifices of those who died wouldn't be in vain. I've done the best I can to do right by the town and Dad. You're his son, you've done him proud, boy. Thanks, Grandpa. Anyways, I'm going for another pint. Anyone else? Yes, bring me a pitcher. You've had enough, Grandpa. Your humors might become unbalanced. Another for me, George. Magdalene. I'll get myself another later, thanks. Alright, I'll see you later then. Magdalene, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. What? What? Beans is antsy, he wants to play. Oh, Magdalene, happy Christmas to you. Good evening, Magdalene. Happy Christmas, you too. Rika and Andreas, say hello to Mr. Strunker. Hi. Hi. Oh, Andreas, don't be shy. You know Mr. Magdalene. Sorry, Magdalene, he's still a bit quiet. What? What? Ow. I'm gonna get that bitch. Hello, Rika. Hello, Andreas. How did you like George's speech, Magdalene? Good reminder of everything we still have. We need to hear it. Paul putting him up to it at the last moment was well done. Oh, Lerner insisted someone on the council make a speech. I didn't particularly want it to be me. But George did it justice. You can always count on him to speak from the heart, especially a few drinks in. Truthfully, I think much of the town needs some encouragement tonight. Tasting hasn't had such a hard season since the revolt. Yes, sorry, it's Christmas. We shouldn't speak at such times. Now let's toast to better days then. Here's that. Although there is an old Latin proverb my dad used to say to me, Ignis aurum perita miseria fortis viros. Fire is the test of gold, misery proof of strong men. Test of God? There is no question the revolt left tasting worse off, but seeing the town now gives me hope. Here in Ars Magdalene, I think you can see it too. I think so too. Things seem brighter for tasting somehow. Yes, those miserable days gave us the resilience we need to push ahead to make things better. Next generation, like you or Yuta and the twins, saw what it was like to fight for ourselves. And up to tyranny, even the cost of losing our homes and lives. To be honest, most nights I'm grateful for the revolt. What? I'll let you out and back in. What could you possibly want? Is your water empty? Is that it? Really? Oh yes, you wouldn't remember, but life was already terrible before that night. The revolt burned away the dead wood that had rotted tasting for decades. God knows my father was an evil man. His death released me from years of fear. The revolt gave me the courage to face him, to become better than him. I think something of the same happened when the Abbey was destroyed. I'm not letting him back in, he can wait. If things have gone as they did, well, I doubt we'd be having such a Christmas feast tonight. The cost is high, but it resulted in just as much joy as grief. And thought about it that way. Because of the revolt, I could marry Paul and we could supply grain to peasants at a fair price. Our children will grow up without the fear that rolled over my life as I got older. No moment in life is entirely good or bad, Magdalene. What matters more is how we chose to see it. Wonderful way to look at it. Thank you, Anna. Oh, well, it's something I learned from one of Father Thomas's sermons. Took to heart when my father died. Don't forget to take some time to have fun tonight, alright? Oh, man, I want another cookie. Shh. Don't yell, sweetheart. Excuse us, Magdalene. It seems we have cookies to fetch. Of course. Merry Christmas to all of you. Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Gonna play a song. Mrs. Magdalene, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Alexander. Merry Christmas, Casimir, enjoying the night. Very much so, the cookies especially. I haven't seen such a wonderful gingerbread for in ages. We're setting up and performing. Do you have any particular song you want us to play? Between the two of us, we know all the Christmas songs between here and Spain. You welcome to us, Lord Christ. It is like good Christian men rejoice. From heaven above to earth I come. I don't know, this one sounds celebratory, right? How about I invent the one who's have a holly jolly Christmas. And those are the only words. Happy New Year. Just gonna keep saying that. I can't get enough of this beer. I bet Jorg would be good at singing that. The lyrics are too simple. It just sounds like like a drunk guy, but he's really happy. And those are the vibes. Folk tune, one of Casimir's favorites. One of Kaz and I had played when we prepared. We'll be sure to play that one. Merry Christmas, everyone! Since Christmas, Casimir and I wanted to share a special song with all of you in the spirit of giving. Please enjoy.
In dulce jubilo, nun singet und seid froh, unsers Herzens Wonne liegt in Praesepio, und leuchtet als die Sonne, Matris in Gremio, Alpha es et
Spilling all that beer.
Alpha es et o.
No speakers, so everyone has to shut the fuck up when people start playing.
O Jesu Pargule, nach dir ist mir so weh, tröst mir mein Gemüte, o puer optime, durch alle deine Güte.
Honestly, there's no place to wash your hands. Like, I would not be going for the chicken leg like that. Like, God bless them, but come on. That hand gonna be greasy. How you gonna jerk off tonight, bro? Or maybe that's the bonus. Thank you, truly. Please return to your drinks. We'll be playing all night. Happy Christmas. Whoa! Merry Christmas, Warner. Let's merry about it. Friends and family coming together for a feast. Family, friends. Who needs that shit? By the grace of God, you do, Warner. Did I ask you, Ballastar? No, be merry, my friends. Drink and be merry. Finally, someone with sense. You've been fighting for years. Isn't it now the perfect time to resolve your disagreements? No. I fear shit may have sailed a while ago, Magdalene. So you two sit together at the same table, being angry and not talking to each other? I'm no soothsayer, but to me it looks like you want to be friends, but are too stubborn to get over yourselves. Aha, she's sharp, this one. I'll take her side, Yanu. Gymnasio. Yanu Reeves. I'm sorry, but she's right. I refuse to get myself roped into this foolishness. The fools here are still you two. You become quite tiresome with this, Magdalene. Right, Baltus? Yes, quite so. Let's start, continue, just like that. Guess you always get your way, is that it? The fiendishness of youth. Please go enjoy the feast and release our aging souls from your torment. Perhaps a dance later. We'll see. Later, gentlemen. Happy Christmas, Magdalene. Magdalene, dear. Merry Christmas, Magna. God bless. Merry Christmas, everyone. How are you enjoying the feast? Utterly delightful. A hearty meal, a mug of Baltus, least brew, everything a soul could wish for. Is everything your ample belly could wish for? I am as God made me in his infinite wisdom. I can see you're in a great mood. Impossible not to be when I look at all the families gathered here tonight. The laughter of children running around, the love that brings the community together. We are blessed. Certainly better than only arguing. As long as you have moments such as this to realize that we matter to each other. Well said, darling. To the four of us. Nazabri. What? Salut! I am happy I married you, Endris. The day I was inspired to come find you in Innsbruck was the most important day in my life. Ah, love at long last. We know the feeling, don't we, Wolsov? The path before us was filled with thorns and thistles, but we endured. Make sure to prepare for that, Magdalene. There will always be some thorns in the path. I'll do what I can. You'll do fine. You're strong and stubborn, just like your mother. I hope so. I'll let y'all continue. Stay safe, dear. I think most of this night you've earned it. Bless you, Magdalene. Enjoy the feast. God bless you. I think that's everyone. Do I leave? Do I have to talk to Big Jorg? I saw this text thing pop up again. Hey, Magdalene. Sorry to bother you during the feast. Oh, hello, Jorg. Did you need something? Oh, all that chatter around the Revolt earlier made me thinking you're nearly done with the mural, aren't you? The last time you talked with the council, you said you were working on the final portion, painting the Revolt. I don't mean to nag during the feast, though. That's Veronica's job. I should have it done soon. I've been listening to people around town talk about the Revolt, so I can get a better idea of how to paint it. Everyone has a different idea of how that night happened. I think I finally settled on how I wanted to depict it. Yeah? Honoring what the peasants stood for, I'll show Otto giving a speech and the soldiers in the distance. Yeah, that's wholesome enough. Paint the peasants burning the Abbey and the mill and the lynch next to feeding the monks. Ah, that kind of vilifies the peasants, don't you think? True, it happened. I think I'll show the aftermath of the revolt and paint the ruined abbey surrounded by everyone who died and their families. Ah, that's a little too gruesome, don't you think? I don't think people would be happy with that. This seems the best. That's a good perspective. It shows what happened without being too detailed about it. Well, what happened. I'm sure everyone will love it. Klaus would be proud of the design you picked. Ava will like that especially. Anyway, I'll get out of your way. You've got better things to do. I think Oscar was looking for you too. He always is. And I think I'll actually go home for the night. I've had enough of Ott's flirting. I should check in on Dad. Tell him hello from all of us, alright? I will. Good night, George. Good night, Magdalene. I went with the gruesome one. It would have been like blood to Christ to blood again. Like it's a cycle, a vicious cycle. And that's not good, you know? You want to show inspiration, progress, things being different, at least. Oh no. God bless you, Merry Christmas, Magdalene. Oh, Merry Christmas, Sister Amelie. Were we bothering you with the noise next door? No, not at all. Hearing people celebrating Christ's birth brings me great joy. Christmas should be a heartening time of year for us all. There's always something healing about coming together to celebrate Christmas. All of us are part of the body. When we come together in fellowship, things are made whole. People need Christmas in the depth of winter to remind them that spring will return, and we will all have a chance to live again. Magdalene, who is that? That's the hooded bearded man. Someone has been following me. Please excuse me, Sister Amelie. I need to check on my father. Of course, God bless you. Thank you, sister. Okay, so he's someone who doesn't even live in the town, I suppose, because... Someone here? Dad? Yeah, people would have noticed him not being at the feast, right? Unless it's someone who left the town, like maybe it's someone who lived in the Abbey. Like, you come and finish him off? Oh, thank God. Magdalene, is that you? What's the matter? I was standing near the house, the door was open. I was afraid something might have happened to you. I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. I've been asleep most of the day, most of the evening, too. I'm worried about you, Magdalene. I'm worried about me. You're working too hard. I know you're taking care of me takes up so much of your time. And now how hard you've been working on the mural. Still young, I don't get tired as quickly as you do. Well, certainly not my current state. I'm not gonna make it, Magdalene. I know. It's alright. It is just life. I'm glad I'm going before you, even if it's sooner than either of us would like. I've already seen too much death in my time. I just wanted to show you what I could do. I wanted you to be proud of me. I have been every day of your life. You've never needed to prove anything to me. I wish I could stay to see the mural when you finish it, but I don't need to. I know it'll be more beautiful than anything else these old hands have ever made. Don't say that. It's true though, I mean, I got along alright. But I always knew you'd surpass me before long. You can already see things I never could, see things and make them real. Trying. Doing it. Whether I die tonight or tomorrow or the next day, I'm not going to be here much longer. One morning you're going to wake up and you'll have to do things for yourself. Love things for yourself, and you'll have to share it with the world. Love is the only reason to do anything in this life. Oh, this talking too much. You bring me something to eat? Of course, Dad, you haven't eaten all day. And I missed the Christmas feast too. I can't believe no one brought me a cookie. Now I'll go get some soup. Ah, fuck. Is that Brother Edic? Klaus? I'm sorry, Klaus. About everything. You're here. Maybe it's Andreas even. I mean, he's old. Trying to keep Magdalene safe. I don't know. I've been trying to keep Magdalene safe, figuring out this whole time. After the fire, it's all I can think about. That and them. They never left me. They're all still there, all in the dance of death. Has Andreas been, like, living like a hermit in the burned Abbey? Is he the one doing the painting? I mean, that makes sense. Like, he knows his way around the brush. Baron, Piero, Barons, Anna, Peter, Otto, Casper. Casper was the apprentice. August. And now you. Dad? Oh! Oh god, it's you! Who are you? And what are you doing to my father? Magdalene, it's alright, it's alright. I'm sorry, I forgot my manners after all these years. And you've likely forgotten my face, or what it once was. Magdalene, this is Andreas Mahler. And, like, faked his own death. He really didn't want to go back to his unhappy life. He's just obsessed with this case. Back from the dead. The earliest memory I have of you is running into a burning library. I'm sorry. I don't understand. No one could have survived that. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. I don't understand, Andreas. Where have you been all these years? Hiding from the world. In the ruins, mostly. Sometimes in the woods when it was warm. Stealing bread from Gret. Stealing books from you. Oh, so I wasn't going crazy. The only thing that kept my mind from forgetting what words are. Well, how'd you survive the fire? With some difficulty. I grabbed as many books as I could and placed them in the scriptorium. When the smoke got too thick, I started to black out. The next thing I remember was Casper pulling me into the crypt. Oh, so he saved me. Your apprentice, the boy? You sent him back to Salzburg. He didn't listen. He didn't leave. He waited in the woods and watched what was happening. When he saw me in the window of the library, he ran through the crypt to save me. And he did. But he saw that I was trying to save the books and he went back in. I couldn't stop him, I was barely conscious. He never came back out, Klaus. That's a shame. I woke up, everyone was dead or gone. I couldn't face any of you. I couldn't go back to Sabine, the empty house. So I hid. You painted the Dance of Death in the Abbey? Painted over it? Turns out I had a reason to keep painting. Sorry if I scared you. No one's come to Abbey for years. I thought I was safe there. I was afraid to talk to you, afraid to talk to anyone. You leave the notes, the ones with the purple writing? Ah. No, those are written by a different occult hand. One that does not want you to finish your mural. One that has killed and may kill again to stop you from telling Tasting's history. Tasting's history? Why? Because Tasting's real history is at odds with the story we've all been told. It's been covered bit by bit, layer by layer, until it could no longer be seen. It's still here. It's always been here, hidden beneath our feet. And it's still protected, haunted by the specter of death that has hung over this place for generations. Red Puller. Red Puller, beneath our feet. What are you talking about? The person who attacked your father is the same person who manipulated someone into killing Otto Zimmerman and Lorenz Rothvogel. Yes, and there you travel through the Roman aqueduct that connects Tasting and Kirisu. The network of tunnels I've become quite familiar with, and I've seen the ghost that haunts them that can squeeze through the tiniest opening. I've seen it bend itself half to reach places I can never follow. Like two people in an overcoat? I've traveled along every inch of the aqueduct in the old city, but this is one place I've never found. The layer where the thread puller retracts to, with the ancient Roman temple that is determined to hide from view. Oh, the, thing. The word. The Mithraeum, you found it. No, but I mapped out a darkness between the collapsed tunnels. And I believe I know how to get there. Come with me, I'll show you. Ow! The thread puller becomes aware of what we're doing. Well, I don't know what they'll do. We die quickly. Will you be alright? Yes, I'll be fine. Protect my daughter, Andreas. My life, Klaus, I promise. Alright, let's find the Mithraeum. The rat house, what are we doing here? When the men dug the foundation, they found Roman ruins that had been buried over time. Lucky never wasted stone, so he used the Roman wall as one of the cellars. There's a way inside. A hidden place. Yeah? Alright, into the Raskelzer. Alright, that wall is different. Does that mean this is the place? No, two-sided and new and old. And this was above ground once, it carried water. Look. Alright, I think you make it out. Cornelius today, and 6 Mithraeum. Cornelius went to the baths today and achieved the 6th step into Mithraeum. You see? No, I most certainly do not see Andreas. All here. Morning would be nice. Oh, sorry. I'm not used to being around people. This is the aqueduct. Aqueduct carries water at best, so you think this will take us to the farm? Exactly. Seem quite confident. If you know it exists, I know where it is not. I believe this is the only place it could be. It must be near the baths. Oh, I already smashed a hole in the wall, I might as well look. After you, please. Bring a knife or anything? The decoration, these must have been the baths. It looks like there's a way through. Still, all the floods kept carrying it down here. Hundreds of years of floods. And if we can't get through, what if it's been buried forever? And it's too early to get discouraged. Keep looking. More stairs down. Would something be below the baths? A hypoc house. They use warm air to heat the rooms above. Roman colonies in the north often had them. Hope those haven't filled with silt as well. This looks dangerous. You know where we're going? Pillars just kind of go on in all directions. Andreas, could you look that way? I think I'm going to explore ahead. Of course. Can you give him a light? Ah! Friends, how could you bend your work, Andreas? I thought it was true artist, master your craft, but all you create is misery. The only thing more pitiful than watching your work in that scriptorium was the lovely dying art. I thought you understood what I was forced to do. Your callousness killed us all. Master, why did you send me back into the flames? Bro, I did not. That was all you, dumbass. Didn't listen to me. No, this isn't right. It's a fucking kaiju. Can't be here right now. How did I get here? What, he died? Is he dreaming? Andreas, you're still here? Yes, for a little longer. Thought I'd gone mad. Not yet, not entirely. But you have been on this road for a long time. You must leave this place forever, Andreas. You must abandon it for good. But how? What can I do? I don't even know how I got here. It was once a place of refuge for you, Andreas. But it has become a prison you constructed to protect yourself. From what? From pain, from risk, from life itself. I can't stay or I have to help Magdalene. How do I get out? Andreas, you're the architect. I will help you best I can, but you're the only one who can answer that. Oh, the labyrinth again. I'm like... Oh, I see. I'm looking at the spaces that are not white, but I need to look at spaces that are white. No, Andreas? You, Sabine? Yes, of course, I'm still here. Part of me will always be here with you. We haven't talked in so long, why? You remind me of August. It wasn't all bad, Andreas. We lost him, but we had 4 years together. They were happy years, weren't they? Hard to remember. This great black plane blots out all the joy. I know. It was hard for both of us. I don't blame you for anything. And you should stop blaming yourself. It may be too late for us, but it's not too late for you, Andreas. Not too late for Magdalene. Yes, Magdalene. I have to help her. You can, Andreas, but you have to leave this place behind for good. I know I can. I will. Thank you, Sabine. Will I ever see you again? Not in this place. maybe someday in a better place. In a better dream. So does this mean I'm like getting a vision from Mary or something? When he was showing people the labyrinth. Master Andreas. Oh, Casper. Really you? So good to see you again, Master. How can you say that? You died because of me. I just wanted to help you, Master Andreas. You couldn't think straight. You shouldn't blame yourself anymore. I let my family down, I let you down. I couldn't stop Peter, I couldn't save Tasting. Couldn't even save more than a couple armfuls of books. You did what you could, Master. Everyone knows you did. And that's all any of us can do. Alright, Casper. Thank you. Thank you for everything you taught me. Hey, what happened? This was the way out. Before I started talking to Casper, I know this is the way out. Your mind is fighting itself, Andreas. It remembers the pain of life, trying to protect you from it. Beatrice? Yes? I thought you were gone. You brought me back. Oh. Now what can I do now? Keep going? Like that was the only way out as far as I know. What the hell? That works. August. You too? Been so many nights, so many years without seeing your face. Thought I had forgotten it. I know there's nothing I could have done, but it doesn't make me feel any less guilty. It's always there under the surface, no matter how hard I try to bury it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this. It's alright. What? It's alright, Daddy. Is? You don't have to hide here anymore. Scared August. I know. That's why you can't stay. People who need you. What if I can't help them? I don't know, Daddy. I'm too little. I think you have to figure that one out on your own. Of course. You're right. Thank you. I love you, Daddy. Love you too. Good night, August. Good night. Oh, come on. They shifted again, the walls. It's still trying to protect you. No. It's not. No, I mean, no, I don't have to do this. This is my mind, my maze. And I'm leaving. Good. The next part might be confusing. I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. Why are you holding the maze? Two things are merging in your mind. You and... There are layers to everything, even our memories. Over time, the foundations become buried. We can no longer recall how we got here, no longer can we recall what came before. And what came before. Our Lady watching over the labyrinth as I watch over you. And even this has roots that reach deep into the past. There was not always a lady to watch over the labyrinth. There was a labyrinth. What? I don't understand. Sister Amelie? Is this real? Am I in your still in my mind? You were here with me. and we are here in spirit. Are we still in the ruins? We are in the tabernacle, the heart of the labyrinth. Your spirit was wandering and brought you here. Lord brought you here. I don't understand. How did you leave your cell? I have not. We are only here in spirit, Andreas. Is this real? Am I finally experiencing that which I've only read about in Testimony Mystics? I told you long ago that reading cannot communicate a spiritual experience, but yes, this is real, and you need not be afraid. Have faith. If you're here with me, it's the Lord's will. Andreas, Sister Amelie? What are you doing here, sister? This is the center of the labyrinth, the tabernacle. It is where the Lord sends my spirit to do his will. As also guide your spirits here, there must be a purpose to it. Sister, we're looking for the Mithraeum. Is this it? Mithraeum, no. It's the tabernacle, not a place of wood and stone, but a place of spirit. The Lord has called me to this place for many years. God has always made his will known to me. Soon he will make it known to you. Sister, how does your spirit come to this place? Through the door between life and death? When my spirit hears the call, it descends through my grave. Is that why you sleep in a grave? Here the Lord tells me what messages I must bear and to whom. You deliver messages? Yes, once long ago I was a scribe. I copied many works of great church doctors. Origen in particular, but that all ended with the fire. It ended with my life. I thought I'd given up the pen forever until the visions returned. God, the cat just won't shut up. I thought I'd given up forever until my vision returned. No. When the fire took my Abbey, I couldn't save my sisters, not one. Just using the font. All I could grab was a single book and a bowl of purple ink cloth. How did she leave her cell? Was Amelie the whole time? I couldn't understand why God had spared me alone. But he showed me. God had higher purpose for me, for my hand. Father Thomas explained it to me. He makes everything clear. He tells me what I must do, what the Lord wills me to do. It was you this whole time. You wrote the notes. I found one by my dad when he was attacked. Mr. Amelie, you pushed those people into committing murder. What? No, that can't be true. The Lord would not use me for such a purpose. What, so you had your crazy visions and just, like, reached out to people? And that made them that self-fulfilling prophecy type shit? That's what happened, sister. You wrote those notes. And people were murdered because of them. No, I wouldn't. He wouldn't. There is nothing in his messages about murder. No. I am not here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Aha! He's only here in spirit. Maybe Father Thomas delivered the notes in her stead? Sir Amelie, shh, it's alright. Father Thomas, how'd you get down here? I'm so confused. Is this a real place, or like we have to be in the mind? Casing is an old place. It's buried many ancient roads and tunnels over the centuries. People walk above the hidden ways every day without even knowing it. Though in truth, it was Sister Amelie who rediscovered them first and found this place. The hole in her cell. I knew that it had to be at the church. Father Thomas, did you? In other circumstances, I would be overjoyed to see you, Andreas. In truth, I am still happy you are alive, thank God. But I think the occasion of this reunion leaves little to rejoice about. You! You and Sister Amelie were behind all the murders? No, she had no part in this. But the notes, she wrote them. She did, but she did not understand their purpose. I guided her, or I told her what to write. You've used her love and trust for your own purpose? He who wishes to follow love's way must regard neither cost nor shame, nor pain. He must stand to everything, even her most terrible commands. I'm ashamed to admit it, but yes, I did. To what end? What was the point of all this? Look around you, what do you see? Saints? Roman ruins? Look closer. Looks like the statue of St. Maurice from the meadow. The image of St. Sadia from the shrine. I don't understand. St. Maurice and St. Sadia, Mars and Diana. That's almost heretical, Father Thomas. And you have almost come to the heart of the problem. When the Romans left Hastings, their buildings, their temples, their statues remained. Christians settled here centuries later. They found time-worn fragments of that imperial grasp. And this statue of Mars Pater that they once watched over the Roman fields stood there still, headless and nameless. Settlers believe it was St. Maurice who was already a legend when they had come from. They found the shrines of Sadia, and not understanding it was an aspect of Diana, believed she was another local saint. They're telling me people just brought their legend from a different place and they didn't like put together that it can't happen in two places at once, and they just rebranded. People turned them into saints. Sanctity and sainthoods exist outside of what people believe, Magdalene. People cannot turn someone into a saint any more than they can unmake the divinity of Christ. But they knew the saints and learned local legends of the region and applied them to the figures they found here. No one knew they were Roman gods because there was no account of what the Romans did and left here, except the Historia Taciae. The Historia Taciae was not known then. Perhaps it had not even been written then. Who knows how long that book had been lost for before it made its way to Father Matthias, and killed him for it. Yes, with poison. No one suspected. Died of poison, no one suspected. It must have been quite subtle. And his death was unexpected, but it was the only person who he confided in. I was the only person he confided in about what he had read in the Historia Taciae. He was Father Matthias. When Father Matthias learned that there was no evidence that St. Maurice had ever come to Tasing, that the shrine to him in the meadow was a statue of Mars that the Romans had erected hundreds of years ago, that St. Sadia was the Roman goddess Diana, he resolved to deal with it. And you resolved to deal with him. Oh, well now I kind of regret paying the Saints, don't, like... It's false. It's what the people believe, but still. Maybe if I painted alongside the legend of, Mars fucking in the spring, like, people could have put 2 and 2 together, but... Andreas, our people believe in St. Maurice. They believe in the miracles God has worked through his hand. And they believe in the legend of Saint Sadia, that she held Maurice and watches over Tasting still. And that was worth killing the abbot? I believed it was then, yes. If St. Maurice never came to Tasting, what was the reliquary? What are the pilgrims coming to see? What does it mean for the people who prayed to him, Saint Sadia, and believed that their prayers were answered? What does it mean for the church that has given people hope, fixed like false star in the dark sky? If the people have reason to doubt the validity of the saints, they can doubt the church. Can they doubt the gospel, the word of God? Perhaps some would, but you always told us that you have to accept Christ of our own free will. Yes, of course, but preserving the legends of our saints doesn't interfere with individual volition. You're preserving a lie. I preserve a lie to illuminate greater truth. God so loved the world that he gave his only Son. If you believe this, if you truly believe this, eternal life is yours. And saints have walked among us, and their relics work miracles, and they hear our prayers and answer them. And the 2 that protect this town were never here. They don't need to know that, Andreas. There are times when God feels so far away from us in these mountains. But a peasant in Tasting can stand in a field to look over the valley and say St. Maurice was here. God was with us, and he is with us still, and he will be with us always. And that is the truth, even if the legend of St. Maurice is a lie. You think that justifies all this? In the end, no, but at each step I thought it was right. I was wrong. I know this is hard to believe, but I was trying to save lives, to prevent death. And one murder didn't solve the problem, did it? Because one day Baron Rothvogel rode into town with another copy of Historia Tassiae. The copy he promised to give the abbot so Kirisu could come to terms with its past. And if Father Gurnet read its contents, he would be facing the same danger he saw in Father Matthias. In retrospect, given how Father Gurnet chose to run the Abbey, my fears may have been unfounded. Think he wouldn't have cared? Whether he cared or not, I think the abbot would have been more concerned with preserving the Abbey. But there was also the Baron himself. Given his provocations, he surely would have told people eventually. And why not Otto? And why Otto? Certainly he didn't have anything to do with Historia Tassiae. He couldn't even read. In the end, his murder provoked Peter and the others into destroying the Abbey. I never thought that would happen. I underestimated Peter's anger and the peasants' frustration. So you killed him to prevent an uprising, but it caused it instead? Someone else killed him, as someone else killed Baron Rothvogel. And it wasn't to prevent an uprising, but to stop him from showing people what he found. What he found was when he was helping dig the foundations of the rat house. The wall of the aqueduct? No, No, everyone knows about the old aqueducts. That wouldn't have caused the harm. What he found was a stone head. Head of St. Maurice. The missing head of the statue in the meadow. The statue of the shrine of St. Maurice. How did it wind up over there? Most likely culprits are rain, floods, and time. Is that what that head is right there? It says Mars on it. Black Till told me the farmers find old tools and pottery in the fields every year. Yes, and this head remained hidden for centuries. It sat in the soil until Otto found it. And he was going to show everyone that God had favored the town with his discovery. What Otto could not know is that our shrine statue was not of St. Maurice, as Otto could not read the word chiseled in across the helmet, Mars Patter. But the man he entrusted with this information, the town priest, could. Yes. And he told him to meet you at St. John's Eve at the Rat House. I could not let him destroy the town's beliefs. And you had poor Sister Amelie write down what you told her were visions she couldn't remember, and deliver them in the dead of night to Guy, Hannah, and Martin. So that one of them would murder Otto just as someone murdered Lorenz. And what about my father? I'm sorry, Magdalene. Why'd you do it? Doesn't make sense. Is the mural? Yes. Faust pursued the project with the determination of a guilty man doing penance. He kept digging and digging for answers about Tastings past, Curious' past. I was afraid that sooner or later he would find out about Maurice Sadia. This place, everything. So you tried to kill him? No, I tried to scare him. First with the no, but he ignored it. I thought if I ransacked the workshop, it would scare him off. I didn't expect him to come down so quickly. It was just an accident. It wasn't an accident, you almost killed him. I know. What are you doing now? Kill me? Kill Magdalene? No, of course not. I have neither the means nor the will to do so. But even if I can't stop you from telling people what I've done, I can stop them from finding in this place. Ah! No, stop! It's too late for me, but I can still take Tasting Secrets with me. Father, you're gonna kill us all. You're gonna kill Amelie. And leave and take her with you. You can tell the townsfolk what you want, but if you stay here, we'll die together. I see. So this is real. The labyrinth is painted on the floor. That's an ancient Roman symbol of some kind. And he just told her this is the center of the labyrinth because of that symbol, which he may have painted himself. And so this is the Mithraeum then, right? It's a temple to the gods, so you can see that clearly. Okay. I'm still fuzzy on the sequence of events here because of the Andreas stream sequence, but we're good. You tell the townsfolk what you want, but if they stay here, we'll die together. I didn't mean to press E, I was trying to hit S. I believe this is an act of faith. And if it's not, I'm prepared to answer for it. Father. Grab Amelie, we can grab the head. You alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Good. He must have heard that at the Golden Hand. An awful way to end a beautiful Christmas. Fuck, I did it again. There you go and tell them. What do you mean? About this? About everything? Why wouldn't we just tell them the truth? Same reason Father Thomas said it. You should reward what you did to all the people you hurt? Is it better to punish the people of tasting? What good will it do to tell everyone else St. Maurice and St. Sadia? Maybe Father Thomas was right about that, if nothing else. Maybe it would break their faith. Bro, faith is the whole issue here, right? It drove that man to murder people. Or even worse, to manipulate people into murdering people. Like, that's... I don't know, you gotta go to a special place in hell for that, right? Worse than actually doing it. I think he's wrong. I think people here have enough faith to hear the truth. I don't know, man. They're so used to everything being shit, it doesn't fucking matter. We're good. You know better than I do. Especially since I've been away for so long. Golden Hand will be ruined. He came back after all this time to solve this, but... it's hard to feel like we actually accomplished anything. Are we any better off than we were this morning? Father Thomas won't be able to hurt anyone else. Maybe he never would have. I think you're right, we should tell them. About the saints, the Romans, all of it. And the right thing feels awful. They're gonna crucify me, bro. You gotta do it. I'm sorry. I am too, but I think it's what we would need to do. I'll tell them. Good. Get Sister Amelie someplace warm. We can take her to my house. You probably have some explaining to do. A lot, I think. Been a long time coming. Glad you didn't die in that fire. I am too, I think. Merry Christmas, Andreas. Merry Christmas. Oh. Magdalene, you made it back. Andreas and Sister Amelie and I all made it back. Sister Amelie? Was she in the church? I heard a terrible din and the house shook. Everything alright? Our neighbors probably think the world is ending, so it could be better. You alright, Dad? Yes, I'm sorry. I'm just tired. Sit by me, tell me what happened. Started in the rat house, well, with the rat skelter. You know the back wall is part of the old Roman aqueduct? Huh? We went into the aqueduct. The section we found must have been closed off for centuries. We found an old Roman bathhouse. We couldn't go through, so we found our way down a level under the baths. I think Andreas said it was a hippocaust. And I got separated from Andreas. I was really afraid I lost him, that we'd both gotten lost down there. But then I heard his voice off in the distance. I was so Just die? Dad? You still listening? Just like that, man. It can happen at any moment, but like, let him go to sleep at least. Fuck. Skipping ahead to springtime? Not the next day? Like, did I tell people or what? I know it's hard. I mean, I can only imagine how hard it is. But, we will all do our best to make you feel welcome when you get here. Strange to think this will probably be the last letter I send to you. So I'll end it with my love. Esther. What, am I moving to Prague? Get the fuck out of here. Keanu. Magdalene. Incipit. S. I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wanted to let you know that everything is in order. Balthus has ensured that all of the financial matters will be handled. The money will be forwarded to you via the rich post as soon as everything is settled. Appreciate it, please. Thank him for me. Money for what? For... I, like, pioneer the press? The printing press? The new one? The automatic type? That we did over the winter? Thank him for everything. Of course, Mr. Strucker. And I know your father well, but I know he was well regarded by everyone who spoke to him. Maybe I sold the press. This house does look empty. We're definitely leaving. It seems that Hastings has lost many things in one man. I'm very sorry. Thank you. Good fortune to you. Better new father. You sure you have everything you need, Magdalene? I think so, thank you. Maybe something to take with you on the road. It's camellia, cinnamon, and wheat flour. Probably good. You're traveling, you're having cramps. I know, I'll use it. Oh, I meant to eat it. I guess it's some kind of fetus lotion. Well, Higrid's recipe just called for camellia and wheat flour. I added the cinnamon for taste. Oh, okay, you do eat it. I'm sorry about what happened to your father. Thank you. Mother Francisca to say prayers for him. For you as well when she heard you were leaving. She afraid I'm gonna become a hussy? A Hussite? Ah, no, I thought she said you decided not to join us. I'll miss you so much, Magdalene. I'll miss you too. God bless you, safe travels. Magdalene, I can't believe you're really leaving. I miss you all dearly. The boys will miss you even more. Yours at least. Oh, don't tease him. I think he's really having a hard time of it despite appearances. He'll get over me soon enough. Maybe you're a special girl, Magdalene Drucker. I understand why you're leaving. God knows you have good cause. But tasting won't be the same without you. Safe travels, God bless you. Hey Mags. Ops. I'm really sorry about your dad. He was always nice to me. Your mom says he was a good man. He was a good dad. Oh, thanks. I should get going. Thanks. Magdalene. You sure you don't want to marry me? Jesus Christ. I'd rather have my chest crushed under Paul's heaviest millstone. Look after your mother rots. Morning, Mr. Strucker. Are you off so soon? Yes, Father. I'm saying my last few farewells. Of course, sorry I didn't get a chance to know you or your father. God rest his soul. I am too. Don't let those bohemians put any heretical ideas in your head. Once their pernicious seeds take root, they can choke the faith right out of you. I'll keep my guard up, Father. Good. Keep faith. God bless you, Father Elias. God bless your travels. God bless you as well, Sister Molly. Are you leaving today? I am just heading up the mill for a bit. I'm so sorry for everything that happened. Just got the only purple in the game. I know, it's alright now. Thank you for helping me. Do you know what you'll do? Will you become an anchoress again? I don't know, honestly. Father Elias is trying to help me, but I need to learn to rely on my own judgment a little more. It's going to take a long time to atone for my part in what happened. Perhaps the rest of my life. You were tricked, we all were. Even so, I must make amends. I am writing an account of what happens here. As well as I can remember it anyways. Not enough to earn forgiveness, I pray that I will at least illuminate this history of great darkness. Good, it's worth remembering. God bless you, Sister Amelie. God bless you and keep you safe in your travels, Magdalene. You're supposed to talk to everyone? I'm not really sure how we're supposed to end the game. Yeah, I can't go that way. Maybe up the mill. Can't go down. Yeah, there's only one way to go. Fuck. I want to see my mural. Magdalene dear, I wish you'd stayed with us. Little Andreas and Ulrika will miss you greatly. I'll miss them also. This seems not the place for me. It's past time to leave. You'll find your happiness out there yet, somewhere beyond the hills and valleys. I know it in my heart. God look after you as he does for all of us. That is my hope. Hope is what drives us forward. Maybe one day you'll come visit us again with your own family in tow. That's the case, I'll make sure to send you a letter ahead of time. Of course, do right. I sometimes still think of all the lives and places out there. When I was younger, I often dreamed of traveling, visiting many kingdoms. But I found my peace here and now in tasting, even after all that happened. Your husband? He was an awful man. I think it was his fault. Agnes always said that it was his fault. But then later he gifted me Paul. At least I got Paul, and the two of us survived the frightening times. When Paul and Anna found each other after all we had suffered, it was like a miracle. My little darlings, without them I'd never have had little Andreas and Ulrika. And I'm rambling. Stay safe on the road, Magdalene, dear. We're still in dangerous times. I will. Godspeed, Magdalene. Here's the wagon out here. I really don't get to see the mural, bro. Andreas, he shaved. Look at him. You sure I look alright? Of course, Andreas, you look peace. Perfectly respectable. You're a little worse for wear, but a good sight better than you were. And it was the kind of women to help. It was kind of the women to help clean me up. I'm afraid I've forgotten how to look after myself. Someone said you took care of yourself quite admirably. How many men here could have survived in a burned-out cellar for the better part of 20 years? Subsiding on our discarded rye, no less. Sorry about that. Andreas, we already told you it's alright now. Magdalene? Hello, Magdalene? You off soon? Oh yes, I'm riding with your flower to Mittenwald and then down the Saar. There I see you go, Magdalene. I hope Prague is everything you dreamed of. It's half the city Esther describes. I'm sure I'll love it. I'll have a chance to make a life of your own there. God knows I've squandered so much of mine. Use the time you have and use it well. I will. I don't know how, but I will. And I wish I could have seen it, Andreas. He could have seen it. I know. He would have loved it. I hope so. Magdalene, if angels carried him down to bear witness, the heavenly host would have wept at it. I don't know, man. It feels like a lie now since this is the saints, bro. Like, Father tried to make me paint them, and it seemed like it was important to the town, but now I know it's all a lie. And I could have known it was a lie when you, like, look into the history, but, like, it was about the history of the Abbey. Everything was only talking about the saints. It was all founded on the lie. That's kind of you to say. Only need words of encouragement besides the truth. Magdalene, I wanted to ask you something about the mural before we go. I thought it was supposed to cover the whole wall. Why did you leave a section blank? For the future. Unless history is going to stop endasing the moment I roll down the road. I think your wagon is about to leave. No, it is. Hardly feels like enough time. Thank you for everything you did for me, for my family. God bless you, Andreas Muller. Bye, bitches. Andreas. You alright? Lost. That's alright. You're welcome to stay with us for as long as you need. Besides, you can't leave yet. The children require your expertise. No? They're up on the middle of the walkway. I'll have supper ready when you're done. Just remember that you're always welcome in our home, Andreas. Thank you. Look at that, they're painting. Look at sheepies. Remember the opening shot of the game where we were like erasing history? I'm guessing that book was the Historia Taciae, and this is like a new one, like we're expanding it. Oh, is that the mural we painted? It's a lot of high quality art. The lie, damn it. And there's some truth in it, like you can still see that those are, you know, the Roman god just repurposed. There we go, we got a picture of the real thing too, like you can put two and two together. That's all I really wanted. I knew it was right under the church, dog. I said it when it saw the map. And look at that, more sacrifice. It's in the picture. It's like what we found. And you include the Labrys symbol. Is this me? Facing the Prague doesn't look that long.
Das küsste mich auf Deutsch und sprach auf Deutsch. Man glaubt, es kam wie gut.
Kind of family tree for the whole town.
Das Wort, ich liebe dich.
Oh, he got crucified, poor guy. Well, not crucified, but you know, burned at the stake. Blaspheming. Dr. Warner Stoles has no one because he's a piece of shit. Big happy family there. Oh, Andreas painted that part. No, that was younger Andreas. He had a picture of himself with the blonde hair. That makes more sense. It did say Mueller. It's very close to Mahler. That was pretty good. I feel like with the way the story was set up, like, we weren't able to find the real culprit in any of the cases. We still punished people for things, but who knows who actually did it? We have no answer if we ever actually convicted the true murderer, at least. If not, the string pull route was never an option. Uh, that always frustrates me, but it turned out better than, say, Disco Elysium, where like everything you could possibly investigate was a dead end the whole time. Like the guy who did it was just like not even in the playable space until the end of the game. It was bullshit. But similar to Disco Elysium, we have a non-combat RPG just full of actual role playing. The stuff I said really mattered. It'd come back to haunt me later when I had to do a persuasion check. I'm like, fuck, I was just being honest, bro. uh, I'm just frustrated that I missed out on like big moments. Like there's achievements attached to things like the spinning, the yarn spinning, whatever it was, the weaving, and that's discover the imposter. I don't know. Who was that? I don't know. Seduced Edna. I could have fucked her. Apparently, that would have been great. Yeah, spinning wool. I feel like there's big events that I missed out on because of my choices, and like that's cool. It adds some replayability, but I also feel like there's just a lot of it won't be that replayable because the story's gonna go about the same either way. I'm curious if there's an ending where you just like are completely clueless and like you don't discover the truth, but I doubt it. It's hard to say. I'm gonna like look into those discussion forums, see if there's stuff that I've missed. But I mean, at least we got the truth wrapped up. I like the idea that the Christian saints were like, the old Roman and Greek gods. Like it's nice that for once Christian history does not overwrite all the stuff that people believed in the past. Like, they kind of coincide, they work together. Like, it's all still true. I like the idea of maintaining the mysticism. Whether it's true or not. I don't know much about the Saints. Uh. Yeah, that was pretty good. I don't think I like this as much as, say, Pillars of the Earth, but it was still a nice thing. Maybe they could have done more in like the animation department. Like, Pillars of the Earth did have very beautiful animation, and like it's not that I didn't enjoy the style. Like the art style was obviously trying to mimic the books that they had at the time, the little side illustrations and stuff, and they achieved that very well. Just, from an animation perspective, it's not like the great to look at in motion. Just feel like a lot of things are out of my control. That's not something that you're used to. RPGs are usually like power fantasy type things, unless there's like a visible dice roll. Disco Elysium had a lot of stuff that was out of my control too, but it kind of didn't matter. It was kind of the point of the game. I'm not sure how to feel about that. How we feeling? I'll give it like maybe a 7. I feel like there could have been a lot less just like fluff content. I mean, it made characters feel believable, but do I really have to start every conversation with like, "Oh yes, we're sorry about your father. Yeah, how is he doing? He's doing well. Okay, well, okay. Let me get to the real conversation, please." Like, I feel like I wasted a lot of time with that in similar instances. Everybody just talking about the recent events, and like again, it's realistic, but hey, come on, we're trying to do drama here. You know, we don't need realism. We need just a facsimile of realism, believable. Uh, I also feel like there could have been like more role playing opportunities. Not that every choice I made in conversation didn't end up mattering, but like those little character background things. I wish that we could have had like skills or something too. And like some of them kind of were like how I said I worked with the inventor and that gave me some utility options. But I don't know, like just Disco Elysium, a leveling system like that would have been cool. That's what they were going for. I see there's some potential missing there. Oh, I get to see my old monument. That's cool. And just like general fun factor, I don't think that's like super fun to get about the world. I mean, you're just moving and there isn't any jumping or platforming, whatever. I don't know what I was expecting. It's not point click either, but it needs to be said. It's just not necessarily fun to play. It's just, it's 100% putting all of the back on the writing and the art, I suppose. And that was good. So, like, if we're talking about a game rating, you have to judge it as a piece of interactive media, and I think that it, fails a bit on that front. So, yeah, there's that. We do have things to talk about, but we end up going for like 5 hours, so we'll save that for next time. We won't be playing such a narrative heavy thing, so I'll be able to talk about like all of them in one session, I'm sure. See, you may remember a few sessions ago I was complaining about the Sony sale, how the game I wanted didn't go on sale, like it was Stellar Blade, right? For New Year's it ended up going on sale, so I did pick that up, and I intend for that to be the next thing we play, because I promised a friend I would. So, we're doing this for him. We're going to be using my Shadowcast as the capture card. I think there is a way to stream directly from the PlayStation, but then I lose some of this whole consistent format I have, and I have to, like, do a lot of testing with that, and I don't want to bother with it. I'm not sure if the Shadowcast is going to give us, like, a high-quality stream. Like, it's not made for, like, PS5 4K 60 FPS, but I only stream at 30 FPS anyways, so it might not matter. Like, visually, it shouldn't be a big deal. I'm just concerned about the resolution it's going to be outputting. Like, will it be 1080p? Will it be 480? Who knows? Well, I'll do testing. If it's, like, disgusting and it looks terrible, we'll end up doing, we'll skip ahead to Mass Effect, I guess, but it'll probably be fine. I played Switch games through it, like, on my stream just to test it out. And, we played that Wii game. What did we play? I don't even remember. Skyward Sword. Yeah, that was all in the Shadowcast, and it looked fine. And that was a 40p game. We did, like, a little upscaling through a freaking Hyperkin attachment, but, there weren't any issues with the frame rate of it, at least. That all came out just fine, so I'm hoping for the best there. And, y'all can be hoping for the breast, because Stellar Blade's a low-key titty game. Except not low-key, because that's probably half the reason my friend wanted me to play it, just to embarrass me, and I'm like, fuck you, I'm doing it anyways. Anyways, I will see you then.